Good afternoon everybody, welcome back, or good morning rather. Good afternoon for all of you in Australia. And we are in Perth today for a little hop all the way across Australia to Sydney. So we're in the PMDG 777-200ER for today's journey. We're on the VATSIM network. Australia's ATCs are live here at Perth, and we're in our mighty Osprey Airways 777-200ER. Powered by the Rolls-Royce Trents, and it's an aircraft I've not been in now for a little while. I've not realised actually the last time I'd been in this in the sim was around November 2025. So I don't know where. I have no idea where like nearly 6 months have gone, but they have. Yeah, it is what it is. Good morning to you, MPS. I hope you're well. I'm on my second coffee, or I've got my second coffee next to me rather. Badger, good morning to you there. Some nice winds, some good weather here at Perth. Now this is Orbex's Perth Airport scenery. Jack, welcome. Morning Dirty 2, hope you're well. There's a Qantas A380 in the background, lovely. Look at that. Epic. That again is another aircraft that is next on my list of things to jump back into, because that's been a hell of a long time and I do really enjoy the A380. Me being the expert in Perth, been there only twice in my life, Dusty says. Jack's flying along, says this morning was the first time I've ever flown into Perth. Kilolulus, we're going to pick an open spot. I think you've changed, haven't you, to the TriStar by the looks of it. Good day to you, Ian, welcome. Both sides can be used, Qantas on one side, Virgin Internationals on the other side. Yeah, where we are at the moment is more like the Virgin Australia kind of international bit slash domestic-y bit, whereas the opposite side is Qantas mainly for everything Qantas, from what I could gather anyway at the very least. Yeah, when somebody said the that song slaps, I did have to kind of refresh my memory as to what it meant. It's new slang, isn't it? It's like the new version of peak. But I have no idea about this sort of things. Ollie, good morning to you. So, let's dive in. We've got clearance via PDC today, and we've got a flight time of, I think, 4 and a bit hours. 3 hours 41. Block time of 4 hours 9 minutes. So, let's get out of our window view. We've got GSX fired up. That's had a really good update recently. Bringing like tow to stands, manoeuvres and various other things. Generally kind of stability updates. We've also got the latest version of Chase Plane installed, which we'll be taking a look at, or at least enjoying for the duration of today's journey. Boarding via doors 2 at the moment. Pretty much a full load today as well, actually, where we've got... We'll go through the loads in a moment. Let's dive in. It's been so long since I've been in this. Good old Chase Plane. There we go. And in lieu of our slots, pretty much most of this is done. You can see here we are very light in reality for a 777. 17 tons of fuel on each kind of wing tank, if you like, but the centre tanks are empty for this. Just work through this. Just to do a little bit of landing dispatch. See roughly what our performance might be when we arrive. Happy days. And let's clear that, so we give ourselves the nice map. Lovely job. Right, into the charts for starters. We've already got clearance via PDC, which is rather handy. We are here at Perth's Terminal 1 domestic apron on the heavy stands. I think this is the domestic apron for Terminal 1 at the very least. And we're expecting runway 21 today, so actually shorter taxi than expected. Push start, I expect to be facing east perhaps, and then maybe taxiing down that Sierra taxiway, crossing runway 24, down Charlie, and then lining up at the end there. For departure on runway 21 onto the Move It 4 departure, which has us fly initially runway heading. That can't be right though. There we go. Yeah, runway heading 196 degrees, or 241 degrees, sorry, and then at 1,500 feet precisely we begin a left turn to Avbad. So we're going to be kind of coming out round this way like that. Bosh. And then routing southeasterly all the way down to the Mubid transition there. Our routing is going to have us journey across Western Australia, out over the water briefly as we step up at IVPEM from our initial cruiser flight level 390 up to 410 to top it out today. And then we're going to route over, I think, Adelaide and a few other bits along the way. Just see, where is it? Adelaide's there. So a little bit north of Adelaide, routing east across Australia into Sydney. We'll be expecting an arrival around, well, in the dark, really. The Rivet 4 arrival should be quite interesting for us because basically flying directly in towards the airfield, and then from there it'll be radar vectors to final. And we planned for the ILS, but who knows.
Changes wind 210 degrees to 270 degrees, 7 knots delta. Thank you.
So that's information delta. UNH is 1017. Happy days. Pop that there. Runway 24 arrivals, 21 for departure. Let me just double check. Yeah, runway 21. So yeah, 196 degrees, sorry. You can tell it's earlier than usual, and my coffees haven't really gone through yet. So, oh yeah, 196 degrees onto the departure here, so not this. We're doing this instead. There you go. I need more coffee, guys. Oh, I've been up since about 6:30, and I've been like rushing around doing a load of stuff, and then ended up having to clean the fridge out because a load of ox heart for the dog, which I dehydrate for snacks, for treats for her, really super healthy, had defrosted and then literally like leaked blood out of the bag all over the fridge. So spent about 20 minutes doing that today, which is really great fun to start the morning while my sausages were cooking. So yeah, takeoff performance then on runway 21. It's flaps 5, D rate 2 with a cell temp of 47 degrees. We've got our takeoff trim there based on our centre of gravity for departure. V1 138, rotate 139, V2 143, and that reminds me, let's fire up vRAAS. The ox heart's not too bad, Gav. When you it's super nutritious for them. My dog has a raw diet anyway. Super nutritious, really healthy. It's basically like super lean steak, which is quite nice. Lovely job. Right. Before we do anything else, I'm going to spend a little bit of time briefly just showing you this latest update for vRAAS version 1.3, which I think I have linked in the description. Yes. And it's really quite impressive generally anyway. Packed full of features. Gives you your runway awareness. If I go into the very custom version for the 777-200ER that we're in today, we can toggle on short runway landings. So it's going to give us warnings for that. And you get loads of different options. So if you start to take off on a taxiway, then it will shout at you. Approach monitor, altimeter setting above and below transition altitude. You can set that as well, so it starts shouting at you to set QNH, which is quite clever. And they've now got loads of different voices as well, which is pretty snazzy. You can configure that as you want, and it basically just sits in the background monitoring your flight rather well. Really epic. Just going to change some of these acceleration altitudes. Temperature's 22. Wind 210.7. Wow, actually it's potentially 270 at 7 as well. And then what's our performance calculator say? Slope 0, lovely. We'll leave engine off, acceleration height at 800, why not? For safety, 143, hasn't really changed any of that, that's fine. So all our thrust limitations are ready to go. That's all good. Let's fire up the APU. Boris Audio Works sound pack for today as well with the mighty Rolls-Royce Trents. Yeah, go for it, Dirty 2. You're going to be a lot slower than us, mate. We're going to be sailing along at Mach decimal 84. But thankfully, Gav, my where it had leaked, the way the fridge is designed is it had kind of gone down the edge and avoided everything else and basically pulled in the middle underneath the trays, which is quite good. So, what have we got? Engine shut down, doors, TCAS off, fuel pressure engine there. Our warnings for status now. Parking brake is set, gear levers down. Flap lever agrees, it's on 0, everything shows retracted, speed brake levers retracted, engine fuel levers are on cut off. Emergency exit lights are armed and guarded. Warning systems and oxygen, I've already tested those. Passenger signs as required. They're on automatic, let's turn them on. We'll put no smoking on auto. That's the APU on now. Look, secondary power's gone across and disconnected itself to give APU generator primary. Left and right and backup gens are on, ADRUs on and aligned. Anti-ice and window heat systems on. That's all norm. Auto starts on. Air conditioning systems are on and auto. Bleeds automatic. Anti-ice there, automatic as well. Altimeter set. Transponder from our PDC is set for 473. Reset fans, temperature set, takeoff data set, fuel and loading boarding completed. MCP is set, so initial climb 5000, heading 198 runway heading, and VE2 is set 143. The aircraft will accelerate to 153 for us. And we've done our departure briefing as well. Brian, good morning. Scout driver training. Morning to you as well. Not flying along today. I've got some training. Very exciting. Have a good day, Ian, mate. Be safe. Right, that's all done. Fuel pumps will be on as required. It's going to auto feed these. But we can pop those on now anyway.
With the Muppers 4 departure off runway 21, we're squawking 3671 and ready for pushback and start. So Qantas 648.
And let's see.
1313 on the domestic side. 648, thanks.
Our next frequency,
approved, Qantas 648.
Tower 27. 4.
All stations, first terminal information echo now current, changes winds 240 degrees, 300 degrees, 8 knots, echo.
Jeez. That's 2 ATIS changes in seconds. Oh, before that, was long after that, Ollie. It was more 2011, mate. Post merger. APU started. Flight directors are on. LNAV, VNAV, as required, because you can set these on the ground prior to push. Let's get our tugs ready to go. Prepare for pushback and departure.
800, got the movement 4, departure 4, pivot to 4, and we're at gate 1.
Auto brake, set RTO. Axe automatic. Engine and APU bleed air is on auto. Okay. New Sky is tracking. And we're ready for push and start once we're all connected. Got to get rid of those chocks as well, but once done the ground pit, we'll add those in. We're a little bit ahead of schedule already, to be fair. Can't tell you how excited I am to be back in this. It's such a great aircraft. Chocks away. Pause to automatic and cross check. Okay, let's do our PDC readback and request push and start. Let's make sure I get this right. Where is it? Departure 21. Custom GSX profile, but it doesn't seem to have actually noticed it, to be fair. And then this bit always fills me with dread because I always think, oh, I'm going to get it wrong. Perth ground, good afternoon. Osprey 165 heavies, Bay 153 with PDC clearance. We've got the move before departure on runway 21, squawking 4473, fully ready, request push start.
Osprey 165 Perth ground, g'day, thanks, push proof.
This push approved, Osprey 165. I don't know which way I'm supposed to go.
Perth ground, Osprey 902 Bravo is ready to go.
Ah!
Osprey 902 Bravo, taxi Charlie, hold short, runway 24.
Taxi Charlie, hold short 24, Osprey 902 Bravo.
Let's go.
And ground corner 648 is ready to taxi runway 21.
Nose left, tail right. Yeah, sod it.
Taxi Bravo, whiskey holding point, runway 21. Bravo, whiskey holding point, runway
Beacon lights, parking brake. Okay, let's pause the music. And this is going to push me in the wrong direction, but it is what it is. Okay, takeoff, FMS2. Ready to go. Auto start. HK Kilby, welcome. I mean, this looks like a custom pushback, but okay, let's go. Engines left and right start. Fuel control levers.
Osprey
Run.
902 Bravo, continue taxi on Charlie, cross runway 24. Charlie, holding point whiskey, runway 21.
Continue Charlie, cross runway 24. So
That is not
runway 21, Osprey 902
custom
Bravo.
pushback. That's the official GSX profile for the Allbex product.
Perth ground, Osprey 2472, stand 14, ready for push start.
Osprey 2472, stand 14, push through.
Push through 2472.
The ground Osprey 56, stand 152, continue river.
Create a shark, thanks for subscribing.
Osprey 550, Perth ground, g'day, go ahead.
Departure via movement 4, squawk 377.
It's not even pushed me out of the stand properly. Stupid
Osprey
profile.
550, thanks, just your bay number.
I think that's the worst pushback I've experienced for a while, this. What on earth?
Osprey 550.
Does it have? Let's see.
Cross 648, connect tower 127.4, g'day.
Unfortunately not.
Sorry, ground, was that for corner 648?
Ah well.
FM corner 648, connect tower 127.4,
Oh well.
g'day.
Anyway, engines
Together
1 and
down,
2
corner
are
648,
on and stable. Ground pin's going to be
Osprey 9992 Bravo, same to you, over
given to
tower
us in a WeMo.
127.4,
So that's all done.
Over the tower,
Gens 1 and 2 on lights off. Packs auto, lights off. Anti-ice automatic, flaps as required, flaps 5. Is it going to select 5? Beautiful. Go, lovely job. So, flaps 5, elevator trim as required, 625.
ready for push start.
Gonna make sure I
Osprey
set that.
550, give way to the company 777 on the apron, you push approved.
Push through, full give way.
625 for the trim. Sets. Elevator and rudder trim. Sorry, aileron and rudder trim. 0, 0. LNAV, VNAVs, armed. Warning recall. Check and consider. TCAS. Make sure the auto thrust system is armed, ready to go. Lower ECAM screen can go off in a wee second. Just going to do some flight controls. I'm going to make sure my taxi charts are ready to go. And Osprey 165 ready for taxi.
Osprey 1 at 65, taxi Sierra, hold short, runway 24.
Taxi Sierra, hold short 24, Osprey 165. Love that noise. Come on. Damn you, chase plane. Thought you'd have picked a different version there, a different area for cool views. It's been a very long time since we last operated in Australia. Very exciting to be back here.
Osprey 1 at 65, continue taxi on Sierra, cross runway 24, Charlie, holding point whiskey, runway 21.
Continue Sierra, cross 24, Charlie, and hold point whiskey, runway 21, Osprey 165. Set, set, set. That collar's on full. Lower ECAM is off. Look at that. Absolute beast. I did. I was 757 and 767, Ollie. Okay, runway 24, clear right, clear left, strobes. Mikael, welcome mate. I'm going to put that on now because I will forget otherwise.
Approaching 2.
vRAAS.
9598 request.
And cabin secure, thanks. Seats for takeoff.
Osprey 598, stand by, number 1.
Stand by, Osprey 50. Ground velocity 7800, request push bay 150.
Velocity 7800, stand by, number 2.
Strobes off. I assume that's you, Dirty 2. Gotta depart first. Try and get ahead of you guys.
Osprey 1 at 65, contact tower now 127.4, have a good string.
Over to tower 1274, thanks to the ATC, have a good night, Osprey 165, see ya.
I'm clear for takeoff.
Lovely job.
Clear for takeoff, runway 21, Osprey 992, brother.
23.6 next. For our frequency. Good morning, mate. What is this earliness? Well, for the Aussies, it's brilliant. And for those of you in New Zealand, it's pretty good. But I've got a bit busy afternoon, so figured I'll stream today in the morning, make a change, keep you guys on your toes. City Tower, good afternoon. Osprey 165 heavies on Charlie to hold Whiskey 2-1.
Osprey 165, first good day, line up, runway 2.
Good day, line up 2-1, Osprey 165.
Osprey 992 Bravo, contact departures now. Over to departure for Osprey 992 Bravo, thanks to ATCs, yeah. Alright, to route.
Okay, nice and wide, so we are in a bigger jet. Runway 21, and we are cleared to line up. Approach path is clear. Runway turn off lights on. Strobes on. Everything's set. Quick check of your checklists. So yeah, cabin secure, V-speeds are set, MCP nav data, radios are set. Transponders on TARA, traffic's on, clock I'm not going to worry about. I'm going to select weather and turbulence on the weather radar. Lining up.
Osprey 165, runway 21, clear for takeoff.
Runway 21, clear for takeoff, Osprey 165. Taxi lights off. Landing lights on. We'll keep her rolling.
Approaching 2, 1.
It's great sound, isn't it, Ollie? What I'll do is I'll turn stream volume up just a little bit more for the aeroplane environment. Alrighty.
On runway 2, 1.
Oh yeah, the checklists are going to get us. Disregard that. Oh, set. Toga. That noise. Gotta make sure I maintain that centre line, not get too distracted.
So now, very good
E1. Rotate. Into the crosswinds. You're up. Over to departures. G'day, Osprey 165. Cheers. City departures, good afternoon. Osprey 165 heavy, 1,500 feet on the moving 4.
Osprey 165 heavy departures, g'day, identified. Climb by SID to flight level 180.
G'day, climb via SID, flight level 180, Osprey 165. Autopilot 1 engaged through flaps 1, and let's go flaps up. Yep, no worries, buddy. Good to see you. Good morning.
On to 648, leaving my airspace, identification terminate, frequency change approved, yeah. Roger, Qantas 648, going to Unicorn, thank you, see ya.
It does to you. He knows I'm coming for you. Going to ingest you into my Rolls-Royce Trents.
Osprey 165, cancel speed restrictions.
Roger, Osprey 165. Build that on out a little bit. Okay. Runway turn off lights off.
3 miles east of the localizer, turn left heading
Seatbelts onto
250
automatic, so they'll self-cancel, and we're going to turn our heading bug in line with our flight path route. Set. That's up, auto brakes off. Ah, you know what? I knew there was something. Oh well. We noticed at the right time. These are the Rolls-Royce Trents, Ollie. The Pratt & Whitneys are rubbish. I don't like them at all as engine options. I think they look rubbish on the 777 as well, especially when you see them on the United aircraft flying into Heathrow. They look really naff. They don't sound that great either. The GE90s are really good. GE90s are fantastic, but I personally flown on both the GE90 powered BA 777s and the Rolls-Royce Trents, but they're used for very different purposes. Okie dokie, standard pressure, standby instruments, standard pressure. I'm going to turn these off now because I will forget.
For work early match, you 2 miles to the east of the localizer. Confirm you're cleared, keep runway 21 ILS approach.
The train has begun.
Confirm, we just have the problem without pilot here now, turning right.
That'll be Unicom next.
What's up there for work early match?
22.8.
Frequency change approved.
Frequency change approved from 3992 Bravo, thanks your ATCs, yeah.
Okay, through 10,000 accelerating. Yeah, just double check those landing lights are off. Happy days. Yeah, vRAAS is one of those add-ons that's not mandatory, but gives you an extra little edge to your simming. Not all aircraft around the world have got them fitted though in real life. Quite an expensive, nice to have add-on for a lot of jets, but certainly the more modern aeroplanes these days rolling out, like the A350s etc, have got that sort of functionality on them, which is pretty cool. And airlines, some of them have retrofitted them to the 777s and various other aircraft as well. Boeing 737 MAX 8 has it as well, which is pretty good, so you can pair that up, because I don't think the one in the iFly is working in 2024 at the moment. Aaron, welcome. Well, mate, if anyone wants to fly along, we are going to be flying over, we're just to the north of Adelaide, if you wanted to join from there as an option. You could basically plot somewhere en route, even, is it Kalgoorlie?
Osprey 165, with MAF base, identification terminates, frequency change approved, steer.
Roger, thanks for the ATC, Osprey 165, see ya. Yeah, Kalgoorlie, you could go there and zip on out of that if you want some smaller hops, just get slightly ahead of us, or you could load up and prep in Adelaide for a short hop to Sydney to kind of prep your departure in line with the train if you want to as well. Big thanks to everyone who's hit the like button so far as well. Good to see lots of you diving in this morning early to join us for today. It's been far too long since we've been in this. It's so good. Shows you how easy the PMDG 777 is to fly as well, because you can dive in. It's been quite a while since keep on going, so we're about to hit our level off altitude there. 28. It's 39, isn't it? get a level change. Jack, welcome. British Airways have the Rolls-Royce 200ER Trent engines. Well, British Airways have the Rolls-Royce Trent engines on the 777-200ERs. They've also got some GE90 powered ones as well, but they deploy them on different routes. So the Gatwick to Mauritius service, for example, is always flown on the Rolls-Royce Trent powered aircraft because they're, from what I gather, more fuel efficient, and the aircraft can fly higher than the GE90 versions, so that means they can kind of factor in more options for step climbs and that sort of thing to be most efficient, so they can fly optimum on those routes. I'd have to re-look at all of the differences, to be fair, actually, because I can't remember if there's differences, not least in fuel burn and things, but I don't know if the cruise speeds as well as cruise altitude, performance, etc. are different. I mean, the Rolls-Royce Trents and the Pratt & Whitneys can do the dual star like we did today, where you basically start both engines at the same time, whereas the GE90s, you can only start one at a time because of the sheer amount of bleed air needed for one engine start, the amount of compression. And that little master caution that we got, which I disregarded very quickly, otherwise it would have been an RTO, was the checklists here. I keep forgetting some of these aircraft have got that, so we could just go and disregard all of these, and then we'll be on descent checks, so I'll try and remember those for next time. $25,000. So we're off to fly Tampa Sydney today, which I think is like a version 2. We should get vRAAS kick in as well on approach, confirming what runway we're in, that we're kind of lined up for. Which is again another sort of clever feature of the aeroplane, really, the vRAAS system. Yeah, Osprey Airways have got all of the variants, so as Aaron says, you can jump into the Rolls-Royce Trent, the GE90 powered ones, or the Pratt & Whitneys based on your preference. We've got all three thanks to Zato. We've also got the 777 Freighter as well, which is epic, with our back British Farming Special Edition livery. Chase plane definitely seems a little smoother. You need to click on in the map thing, Ollie. You need to, when you select your aeroplane, you need to click on it and then press variants, and then inside there you're going to have 3 different options where you choose the engine. When you choose the engine, you can then pick the livery specific to that engine option, but they all sit in the same single heading. But the sim remembers what you last flew, so if you last selected the GE90, that when you click on the 777-200ER in your sim menu, that's what's it's going to automatically select. Does the wing control PAP3 work? Unfortunately not, no. That's actually quite frustrating, because it's been a really long time now and they've not actually updated it to make it work, which is disappointing. Oh no, hold on. Panel of autopilot PAP3. Yes, that works. So the autopilot panel and the EFIS work. Sorry, I meant the FMS. The FMS is a dead bit of plastic and metal on my desk at the moment, not really doing very much, which is disappointing. They really need to update it soon. It's almost as if they expect everyone to just use Mobifly, which is disappointing. do. They're great though, aren't they, Aaron? It says we should get some decent tailwinds on the way. Yeah, not far off actually. When we turn left at our next waypoint of Burgu, we should have that 40 odd knot tailwind, which is pretty good. Whether that increases, we'll find out nearer the time. Ronnie, welcome. Welcome to Australia, thanks very much. Yeah, the order panel working definitely helps. Brian, is the dedicated 777 FMC from Wind Control working for you? Because I've got the 737 one, and it's just a blank screen. And bearing in mind it's the same thing, really, but with a couple of different button layouts, is it? Let's see. Yeah, a little bit of a different set of buttons. You'd think that they would be able to kind of get it patched quicker than they have. Yeah, it's been a long time coming, that, hasn't it? They're off the Fokker F100 from Just Flight. What I would like to see from Wind Control, actually, or anyone else, to be fair, that's willing to kind of go for it, would be, you know, the Wind Control Airbus 3.2 Ursa throttles. I'd quite like to see a Boeing version. Yeah, what's the ETA for the Fenix Neos? Because I keep forgetting when to expect them. It's all a bit hit and miss, isn't it? Jack's enjoying the TriStar's favourite aeroplane. Hopefully they can sort the issues it's been having soon. What sort of issues have you had with it? I know there is another update. They sent me version 1.0.3 yesterday, but we'd already committed to this. And I have got the new FlyX Belfast City Airport as well to have a little look at from any builds. That's going to be on my list of things to go and have a look at some point in the next week or two. Although it is already out, we'll get around to it as soon as we can. And Brussels Charleroi, which is being sold via Orbex. I've had that for a little while. It was meant to be a preview version, but the effectively just said I'm not reviewing it until they give us the option to turn off statics, because the developer, for some unknown reason, thought it'd be a really good idea to put statics on nearly or just over half of the entire apron space available for the international terminal, which is just dumb beyond belief. It basically renders the entire airport unusable for busy VATSIM flying. You know, 4 or 5 of you fly into the airport at the same time, you'd run out of stands because everything else is covered with statics. But they've now, as of yesterday, created an option for that, so you can now turn off the statics at Brussels Charleroi, which is fantastic news. It means we can go and have a look. FedEx delivery don't give expected release dates now, so their staff don't get threatened if things get delayed. Yeah, very true. There is a corner of the community like that, unfortunately. Brian's got the 7471 in anticipation of the PMDG 747. Yeah, see, that's pretty cool, but Wind Control can't expect us to buy the 737 FMS for 737 flights, 777 FMS for 777 flights, the 747 FMS for 747 flights, and the MCDU for the A320 type flight. You can't. They seem to expect people to buy each one for their bespoke uses. They should support them across. I mean, they promised when this 737 one got released back in the day that it was going to have cross compatibility with a variety of aircraft, and Not really seen them keep up that support, which is disappointing. And I find that in fact, let me go through my stream list, because I can't remember the last time I actually used this 737 FMS on anything. Live streams, so E190s, TriStars, MD-11, MD-88s, A340. Yeah, because it didn't work either when we flew the 737-800 back in February last. Because it was a just blank black screen then as well. So it would have been before Christmas. November, the iFly Max 8. I think would have been the last time I was able to have it working on anything, which is not good. You can download MobiFlight packs and things to make it work, but I kind of want it all to work inside of SimApp Pro, Wind Controls software. That's important. Yeah, nice, Brian. Yeah. Definitely cool that you have all of them. I have no idea how to pronounce it, to be fair, Aaron. I'd have to probably Google it, and then it probably sounds nothing like what I've just pronounced it as. Charleroi? I don't know. Yeah, 2 months away from 60 months support in the channel, Brian. I can't believe it's been going that long, to be fair. Appreciate all your support, though, through the years. Ronnie, can I follow your flight on Volanta? You can if you toggle the VATSIM option on, but I track on Elevatex now because I just find this is 10 times better. It's had an update, in fact, with a new plugin, but I only realised after we booted the sim today. So that pop-up will stay at the bottom there. I don't want to clear it or install it until that's done. Dirty2's ahead of us somewhere, looking out for him. He's going to be below us a tad, whereas he's 32,000 feet. What do we got? There's some of my screenshots. Badges up in the triple. Flying Qantas. Osprey 992 Bravo. That is Dirty2 in his A321. Zach's up in Osprey 550. Ian flying the Hawkstone Lager Osprey World Cargo 777 Freighter. Love that livery, it's so cool. MPS is up flying the Spirit of Tokyo. And our routing now is going to take us up towards Mubid there. We've got a little bit of weather at Islav, so that's pretty much where we're going to then step up to 410. We could keep an eye out for Dirty2 because he's here somewhere. Ian's remembering the early group flights when you hit a few subscribers. Was it 100? The first one it was, yeah, 100 subscribers. And then we did 500 subscribers, I think. 1,000 subscribers. 2,000 subscribers, and then I think it was 5,000, 10,000, all that. But everything's a group flight now, isn't it? I'm not convinced we're going to, because we're certainly not going to see Dirty 2 on the TCAS system, because there's about 5,000–6,000 feet gap. But he is slightly ahead of us still. Aaron says the Oi in Charleroi is like the Oi in Croissant. How do you pronounce that then? Qua? Charleroi. Charleroi. That's even harder to pronounce. Charleroi it is. Where's my TCAS panel? Yeah, it's on norm. Relative and norm. Aha! We've got him! We're doing Mach 8.5 Dirty 2, but that's keeping it casual with a 60 knot tailwind. Technically a rolled R. Ollie, have a good one. Charler. Even that makes no sense. Charler. No, I can't do it. Charleroi. Charleroi? Cameron, welcome. Which aircraft would you suggest for someone who's never flown a Boeing in flight sim before? I really want to look at getting one finally. So, what aircraft are you used to flying, mate? And do you like the short? Do you want a short haul? Do you want a medium haul kind of airplane, or do you want like a long haul that can do shorter hops but at bigger airports? Because you've either got, in reality, for Microsoft Flight Simulator, you've either got PMDG 777-200, which is superb. It's about to get a massive art update as well, which looks amazing. Or the PMDG 777-200ER, but you'll get the 900. You'll limit yourself a little bit there. The 800 will give you options for some freighter flights as well, which is quite cool. So you do something a little different now and again. Or you could go to the other end of the spectrum and you could select one of the 777s, and then it's a question of which one you would like. The 777-300ER, the biggest one, or the 777-200ER, which is what we're in today, which is an absolute weapon. But you'll also get 3 engine options with this as well. Or if you like freight, then you can buy the 777 freighter. So it's up to you what you would like, really. But my next question really as well would be, would you want a tri-jet? Because, or maybe that's a bit too far for now. I would highly recommend the TFDI design MD-11. It's absolutely superb, but it is a lot more complicated than the Boeing 777. Cameron says he's flown the Phoenix A320 family and the Aerosoft CRJs. So yeah, it depends what sort of flying you want. Now, you can get the MD-11 via Contrail, and if you've not done so already, Cameron, in my description for today's live stream and all my videos as well recently, I've got a 10% off code for Contrail, which will give you discount on one checkout per person. So you could go crazy and you could buy a couple of really nice sceneries, perhaps, and the A340-600, which is amazing. I love that from Aerosoft. That's available on Contrail, although again it's Airbus. But you could also buy the TFDI design MD-11, which is on Contrail, and what that does is gives you a couple of options. But the code gives you 10% off your order, which saves you a whole load of cash. If you're going to do like a big purchase and buy a couple of things at the same time, perhaps, then that might be a really good way of doing it. Get yourself 10% off. I'll pop those links in the live chat for you. Cool evening. Yeah, the MD-11 is difficult to learn coming from Airbus, but I've done some tutorial videos for it, so you can get your head around it. Short to medium length flights, Cameron. I would probably say, it depends if you want a big jet or not. If you want an easier transition from your A320s and your Aerosoft CRJ, then I would say maybe the 737-800 would be the first step from PMDG. That's linked there for you in the live chat. But yeah, once you get your head around the MD-11, you'll actually find that it's just as easy to learn. But the short to medium flights might be where you have problems with it, because it's an absolute beast. It's a heavy jet as well, so it takes a little bit of getting used to, but great fun when you get your head around it. So there's a couple of options there for you. You can't go wrong with any of them, to be fair. It's just a question of what your budget is as well. So yeah, the A340-600 I can really recommend. The TFDI design MD-11 is one of the best long-haul heavy jets in the sim, full stop at the moment. And you can save 10% with that code down below on Contrail for both of those. But again, failing that, any of the PMDG options. If you wanted to dive into the 777, then the 200ER, the 777-200ER, is probably a nice one to jump straight into if you want to have something a bit bigger and a bit heavier. So you could have your A320s from Phoenix for your short haul, medium haul flying, but then have a bigger, heavier jet for a slightly different challenge that's still capable of flying to those medium and short kind of destinations. As long as the runway is long enough and you've got some heavy stands there, you should be good. Nasco loves the VNAV profile on the MD-11. Yeah, the MD-11 now is like mega polished, isn't it? It's superb. Oh, amazing, Brian. Happy anniversary to yourself and Elizabeth. 45 years married. That's amazing. Have you booked to go away again this year? Are you going back to Rhodes? Are you doing anything for the 45th anniversary? It's a big one. Good morning to you both. Rhodes in September, amazing. You're going to the same place? Because you stayed at Lindos Beach last time, didn't you? At Lindos Mar. That's it. I was trying to remember. I knew it was Lindos. Because when we went up to the Acropolis, we took some photos down to where you would be staying. It looked really nice. So I remember having that good conversation about it all there. Back a few years ago. That was a lovely holiday, that. quick status check on where Dirty 2 is. Just had 2 weeks in Norway as well at Brian's Flight Sim Friends Home. That's amazing. Again, like Scandinavia, I really want to go and have a little look around. Some of the bike tours and things you can do in the summer look superb around the fjords, but it's a bit too far and a bit too long to go ride a motorcycle all the way around there. I've still got Bergen on my list of places to go and visit as well. Amazing badger, 30 years. Oh, that's cool down there. Look at that landscape. Lake Johnston, that is. Lake Hope as well. Yeah, Lake Hope and Lake Johnston down there that we just saw, buzzing over the top of. Lake Dundas is next, and Lake Cowan as well, which we'll see as we cross move it out just in the camera view there actually. Whoa, doesn't like that, does it? Look at those contrails. Did not like that chase plane fly past, did it? Ian says he'd move to Norway tomorrow if they let people in. I'd be in Bergen faster than you could say brave deer hot dogs. Yeah, you went, in fact you went at the tail end of last year, didn't you, to Bergen, I think, unless I've lost a year. Maybe it was the year before. Dusty says not drastically far for me, but I've got 2 weeks booked in the Loire Valley in June for a little trip to France. Looking forward to sampling some Sancerre, as long as the ferries don't run out of fuel. Brian's trip to Norway, flew to Harstad, Evans, and really beautiful up there. Stayed in Lodingen, saw the beautiful Northern Lights. There's so much of the world to go and see. That's the thing. That's what I find crazy about Americans, where like 70, 80, it's like something like 60, 70, 80% of Americans don't have a passport. And you always hear the same thing. Well, we've got everything we need in America, but you don't. The world is so vast and so different. And you can't be a rounded, balanced person until you've actually travelled places, I don't think, in my opinion. Until you've experienced other things, other cultures, other countries. Because everywhere's so different. I mean, it's still Japan for me. I haven't been to Japan since since 2014, to 12 years ago, my last trip to France. Not France. Japan. Yeah, 12 years since my last trip to Tokyo. But I can still vividly picture parts of Yokohama where we used to stay, because of how superb, how stunning it was. It's left a proper imprint in my memory, that place. Same with Mauritius. I can still really vividly recall our first trip to Mauritius. What, like, well, when was that? Pre-COVID, so 2018. Oh, jeez, even that's 2019. That's nearly 10 years ago. Christ. Yeah, such different locations with, yeah, equally amazing in their own right. And that the holiday to Rhodes, we went to Maya exclusive resort, Brian. That is just superb. For Greece as well, like for the Greek islands, just pure luxury. Really, really good. Dusty says, like me, when he went to Australia for the first time, had such a good time. It's still vivid in my memory, almost 15 years ago. Yeah, again, like Australia is a place I really want to visit. I've been tempted a few times, or like, not persuaded, but the temptation's been there to explore, move into like Adelaide or Melbourne or Perth. I think I remember speaking about it on the channel on a stream about 3 years ago as well, where they were dangling the carrot back then as well. And I've got friends that have gone out there. They've been out there about a year or so, or 2 years, and they are still having an absolutely wonderful time. Yeah, it does too. Diesel is ridiculously expensive. It was almost £2 a litre near Heathrow the other day. And I thought, thank goodness, I've got a petrol hybrid Toyota and a motorbike. But although I put E5 petrol in both, for like the premium super unleaded, whatever they call it, but that because it looks after the engines better. So even in my Toyota hybrid, I put E5 in. Costs a tiny bit more, but you get a tiny bit more range out of the tank, but it also protects your engine, so I'm all for super unleaded, super diesel, where you can get it. Jack says, maybe biased as I live here, but Adelaide is one of the most beautiful cities in the world. Port Pirie, as we fly over, is not. Yeah, Adelaide, Melbourne, I've heard amazing things about as well, to be fair. Adelaide particularly, I've heard is one of the most amazing places in Australia to go and visit. Did you do the whole thing, Dust? Well, I say the whole thing, maybe not the whole thing, but there's a hell of a space, isn't there? Did you do like a bit of Perth, a bit of Adelaide, a bit of Melbourne, a bit of Sydney, a bit of Brisbane, or did you just do like 2 or 3 cities? Did you go to Tarsi? I'm watching, I spoke about it a few weeks or a few months ago, but I'm watching that Sean and Emily YouTube channel at the moment, where they're doing a round the world trip on their BMW GS motorcycle. And they're like 350 days in now, so they've been away for basically a year, but they're riding around New Zealand at the moment, and it looks absolutely spectacular. They're yet to go to Australia. Australia's going to be, I think, next month, but yeah, it's meant to be amazing. Superb. And that's on my list of places to go to as well. But it's difficult, isn't it? Because you can't just hop over there for a few weeks. You've really got to plan like a 3-week trip in reality. 3 or 4 week trip. Even into Savage, he's from Perth. Maybe biased, but Perth is the best city, but it's far from anything. Yeah, that's the problem. It is so far. Dusty spent a week in Perth. He's got family over in Western Australia. We hired a holiday cottage down in Margaret River. Flew to Adelaide, hired a car, spent a week driving to Melbourne to see more family. Harry, good morning for you over in Florida. Hope you're well. Fair enough, Dirty 2. You can have that on in the list of things to go and visit next time. Oh wow, and yeah, that forest looks amazing. I bet, yeah. God, in summer it looks so different, Bergen, doesn't it? That video you put into Discord. Same location as well, wow. I mean, I'd really want to do the direct flight from Heathrow to Perth with Qantas. But then the thought of sitting on a plane for 16 hours or 17 hours, not a fan of that. I'd have to get up and move and do stuff, which on that sort of flight you can't really do that well. Certainly, you'd have to pay for business class, which is extortionate for such a nuanced direct service. I could not do that in economy, good grief. I would much rather have a stop in Kuala Lumpur or somewhere in the middle, like fly with BA. Probably quite nice doing a little stop in Singapore, to be fair, because it's Singapore Changi is one of those airports you could spend half a day in, really, isn't it, with all the foresty waterfall bit in the middle and all the rest of it. To be fair, where I am here, you kind of need those for the deer. We're in that season at the moment where they'll end up just like running out in the road while I'm commuting to work in the morning, which on the motorbike is quite terrifying. Hey Brian, that Northern Lights, that's amazing. Properly stunning, that. Love to go and see stuff like that. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Be interesting to see how expensive these sort of trips would cost nowadays. Like when you're looking at, for example, the direct service to Perth, I think when I last looked, it was right. Return journey was £1,600 in economy or something like that per person. But I think in reality, it's probably going to be nearer to about £2.5 grand now, I reckon, with the fuel stuff going on, thanks to the orange guy. Yeah, I don't think. I mean, you can see it in Scotland, can't you? We've had a few plumes around here as well, where you've been able to see it, but Jesus, that's something, Jack. That photo. Is that real? The Southern Lights. I didn't even know that was a thing. That's unreal. My goodness. Yeah, in fact, the mortgage rate should start to go back down again, hopefully, because they were pricing in 4 rate changes upwards because of the carnage that's been caused, but at the same time now, they reckon it's going to stabilise, so now the markets, from what I've been reading, are pricing in 1 rate increase, not 4. So the mortgages should kind of like come down and stabilise nearish to where they were at before all of this, but maybe with a 1/4 or 1/2 percentage point up. Which in a mortgage is a hell of a lot, in fairness. You'd think there'd be more uproar about the way the mortgage system works. Because you spend the first half of the, say, 30-year mortgage that you've got, you spend the first 15 years paying off more interest than you do capital. It should be balanced throughout the entire period of the mortgage. So you pay off more capital quicker, rather than just swell the fat banks. And you'd think that would have been changed by now, but no one seems to either care enough or have noticed to kick off about it. But that would fundamentally change the system for the better. Not for the banks though. Who cares about the banks? Dusty, you've done well to keep up, mate, and stay ahead. Christ. Well, apparently your gear levers are down, according to my model matching, which can't be correct. I hope it's not. I hope it's not correct. Step climbs coming up 410. Let's do a quick fly past. Zoom, zoom. Love that feature. I'm hoping in the next few weeks, or maybe in the next month or two, I'm going to be able to bring you guys something with Moser as well. I'm just in a bit of negotiation with them about how we can help each other out. I did ask Wind Control the other week, or the other day, if because they're doing, every now and again companies will do little sales here and there, and I was like, could we do a time limited sale for like 2 weeks where we give 5 or 10% off the cost of some products for subscribers of the channel, but I wasn't sure if their profit margin was very narrow. But they said no, because their profit margins don't allow for it, basically. But I thought I'd ask, try and offer something a little different. That's why I like the Contrail 10% off code, even though you can only use it once. It's nice to be able to offer the chance to kind of save a bit of cash for people now and again. Brian, at FS Weekend I asked Wind Control how the hell they make money with their prices. Cheap Chinese labour, probably. What did they say in response? Genuinely, I'm curious. Because I think that's the problem that... Well, no, because Thrustmaster make everything in China as well, don't they? But charge premium prices for shoddy quality. Whereas Wind Control do it the opposite way. They're building it in China anyway, but they are charging incredibly low prices for very high quality products. They laughed and gave you a TCAS panel, nice. I'm hoping if things do align that maybe next year I could go to FS Weekend. It's the logistics for me that are the problem, and the cost of trips, like the actual trips and stay. If I was making a ton of money on the channel, it wouldn't be an issue. But I don't want to dig into my own savings to go on a trip. iFlySimX, welcome. Even FS Expo, Flight Sim Expo in the States, I'd love to go and visit and take part in that. It'd be really good. But when we looked for this year, I looked again to go this year, and it was, oh, it was last year. It was in Providence, wasn't it? And it was something crazy. It was like I was going to end up spending £1,500 to get there and back with the hotels and the stay. I just couldn't be bothered. I can't, yeah, that's unaffordable for me. Aaron's gone mad with Wind Control recently, bought the Ursa Minor throttle and joystick, MCDU and PFP3N, amazing. Oh no, me too, Dirty too. Obviously I've got the Airbus throttles and stuff. They work really well with this 777 to be fair. I still need to get the AGP gear lever thing. This sunset looks like it's going to be amazing. For those of you who have got the Next Level Racing Boeing seat that I'm sat on, how have you found configuring and positioning all of the hardware around like the keyboard mount and all the other stuff going on? Because it gets quite restricted, doesn't it, in relation to where you can put stuff. I mean, the Wind Control Mount 5 that I've got the throttle on is a game changer. That's so useful. And that's where the AGP will end up getting positioned as well. But I mean, I can't praise the Orion Rudder 3.2 metal product enough from Wind Control. It's absolutely brilliant. They're about to launch the one with the force feedback thing bolted on the back of it, but to be honest I don't think you'd need it. The one that I've got here with the dampener attached to it is phenomenally good. Yeah, the overhead panel looks like it's going to be a bit of a game changer as well, doesn't it? Did they say it was a 1-to-1 scale as well? Because that's pretty incredible. iFlySimX, thanks buddy. Super generous, just gifted 5 memberships to some of you watching today. So for the next month, Jeff Kerr, 1729, Lieutenant Fish, Just Trevza, ZA, Deadleg Media, Josh Parker, you guys have been given a channel membership courtesy of iFlySimX for the next month. welcome on board. Don't forget to link your Discord account into your YouTube via the Discord user settings, and if you're in our YouTube in our Discord channel, then you're going to be able to get access to our dedicated club lounge. Where is he? Where's the little blighter? There he is. Yeah, it's pretty epic, isn't it, Dusty? Look at this. It's so cool. This sunset going on. Look at that. Go to the left-hand side. There goes the sun. You should probably set the flight deck up for some night ops. Are you guys going to want to see live time on? Or are you going to want us to wind the time back to keep things a bit bright? Up to you folks. Which one's which? That's the display. That's the floodlight. Yarp. Panel flood. Panel flood. Jolly good. Route 4 into Sydney is nice at night. And to use HDR, I have a love-hate relationship with it to wash out my monitors. You know what? I'm not sure actually, to be honest, mate. Yeah, I'm really not sure. It's been a very long time since I've checked my settings, to be honest. Oh wow, Ian, how have you done all that? How have you mounted the I'm trying to work out how you've mounted that keyboard thing. Well, Brian, that's one heck of a setup, mate. Dust 2, nice. What is the story with the Volkswagen Golf on your on your computer box? That looks pretty epic. Look at that down below, the shadowing of the colours. I go to... I've got the other part to the NLR set, so it's not just the Boeing part. I also just upgraded the C2, which I can highly recommend. So have you bought some additional accessories for it then? Or is that the... what do they call it? Is it the Turtle Beach? the Turtle Beach adapter or something like that? They called it. Is it the adapter that connects to the Turtle Beach setup? But it's got loads of holes in it, and you can fix various other bits and bobs to it. But for me, I've got on my left, I've got the desk, sort of like the square tray thing, but on that I've then bolted the slanted keyboard, which is on my far left, and I use the little bit on the left as like a mouse pad, but it has a notepad on it for my jotting of notes. And then on my right I've got the little mouse pad thing. Yeah, the cup holder, and the whiskey and gin display case cabinet thing in as well on the right hand side. I mean, the cup holder's pretty mega, isn't it? But a cup holder slash wire tidy. It's thought of it all. Right, nice, you've got so much kit. I've got kit envy. How quickly it's going dark as well. I feel like I've still got a load of ambient light coming through though, but maybe it's because the light's coming through from behind still. The entire time I forgot to close the flight deck door. Quick jiggle of the old heading bug there, make sure we're still in line. There he is. What time is it in Sydney at the moment, like live time? (19:33) GMT plus 10. Nice. Thankfully, just under here, Jack, I've got is it an 8 gauge pump action ready to go. There'll be no breaches today. Airlines are now starting to cancel various routes. KLM have just axed 150 flights. Air Canada has suspended flights to JFK for 5 months, blaming soaring jet fuel costs. I know EasyJet are about to take one hell of a hit as well. They'd gone from making profit actually post-COVID and getting pretty healthy financially to all of a sudden this year having like it was a £500 million loss expected, but they've now refined that and said actually we're going to also take an additional £95 million hit because of the soaring fuel costs of jet fuel. So that's pretty mad. And Spirit are about to go bankrupt any day, by the sounds of it, like properly bankrupt. Fuel costs there are not going to be helping with that either, when they're trying desperately to survive. It is Paul, isn't it? That's the thing. People that will only tolerate it for so long. There's Dursey too. We're about to have him. When people think it becomes a survival issue, and they all then start to go in it for themselves, that's when, unfortunately, parts of humanity get violent. Go on, let's have him. Not done too badly at all, though, to be fair. We were airborne for like 1.5 hours, something like that, or an hour and 20 minutes. And you're only just slipping underneath. But unfortunately, Aaron, I think in reality, behind the scenes, it's stock market manipulation and natural resource aggressive hoarding. That's what it is, and then it makes me wonder what the deeper reasoning behind it all is. The actual reason, if that makes sense. But we'll never know. Right, I think it's time for another coffee. I'll have coffee number 3 for today. While we settle in, step climb is imminent. Automatic 410, ready to go. It's just too bright. Oh, does that not do anything? Oh no, it does. Does it? Barely. What about this side? To be fair, I mean, my stocks and shares have taken an absolute hit over the last month or so. Kind of similar to what happened last April, bizarrely. How odd. Fancy the chances. But what I've ended up doing is basically like just taking a little bit more from my savings and putting a bit more into my stocks and shares at some pretty bad days on the market, and all of a sudden then yesterday they bounced up a couple of percent because the Strait of Hormuz got opened again. So yeah, they're making millions out of the decisions that they know they're going to make tomorrow, if that makes sense. But if you play it right and you listen to the rhetoric closely enough, you could sort of get ahead of it as well. And then it gets quite interesting to monitor. Oops, that's in, not out. There we go. Zoom out there. Oh, it's zoom back in automatically. Oh well, I shan't fiddle, just in case it breaks. Jack says I can drive 10 hours and cross Europe. I can drive 10 hours from home and still be 5 hours from even leaving South Australia. Yeah, it's madness. I love that, it's great. That's why you need so long to go and actually visit somewhere like Australia. It's not an easy thing to do, is it? It's not a short little trip. Yeah, we would have flown across the entire width of the UK by now, and be well. There's Dursey 2 down below. Epic. Look at that. Ian, I know it's crazy, isn't it, how you start and then you know how hooked you get into the whole thing, right? It's pretty addictive. Used to have a 10-hour, 30-minute commute from Adelaide when I worked in Cuba. 1,000 kilometres a week. Oh my god! Did you like fly and then stay for like a week before going home, or what? It's bloody darkness. I keep forgetting it's winter, isn't it? We're going into winter in Australia now, so it's the other way around. Whereas our days are getting longer and brighter, it's the other way. Oh yeah, nice. I can see your thing on the lounge actually. Yeah, that looks very similar to what Next Level Racing have done with the Turtle Beach kind of mount that they have. But actually that system there looks a lot better with the angled bracket that comes up for the keyboard holder on the left. That looks a lot better than the Boeing seat setup. Kestrel, thanks for subscribing, welcome aboard. I think Streamlabs, the Streamlabs bot has gone to sleep, hasn't it? Let me have a little check. It keeps turning itself off every now and again. The chat box. No, it's not chat box. Cloudbot. Yeah, inactive. Yeah, we'll have to revisit Paul, won't we? For sure. Eight days on, 8 days off, working as a green suit. Jack, nice. How long were you maintaining the thin green line for? Are you still doing it? Yeah, MK Studios Adelaide is very nice, isn't it? Agreed. Oh, it's been a very long time. I think it must have been a year since we last buzzed around Australia. Maybe longer than that. I'd have to dig into the history of the channel to have a little look. 9 years, amazing. I'd probably say about maybe a third to a quarter of all the paramedics in London are Australian, and they come over here to get a load of skills, get a load of experience, get all their training done with London ambulance service, and then they go out back home to Australia to go and work in the big cities, Perth, Sydney, etc., Brisbane, Melbourne, Adelaide, wherever they live, with all of their kind of skills and history on their CV of the 1 million stabbings and things that they go to in London across a 5-year period, because it's so safe. Yeah, they get some good skills and experience. Oh Christ, it's got very dark very fast. Look at that. Fair enough, Aaron. That's community first responders, right? Or the volunteer emergency responders that actually drive the 909 trucks rather than like a community vehicle. Because there's 2 different types actually, isn't there? It feels weird that it's got so dark so fast. But we're flying away from the sun as well. Which just accelerates the speed. Oh, amazing, Jack. Aaron, nice. Now, still, yeah, there's a lot of ambulance techs. They're actually utilising those in a lot of ambulance services now because they're cheaper to train. But have quite a vast skill set anyway. If you've got a paramedic and a tech, that's quite a useful team. Right, I'm going to be back in about 4 or 5 minutes. I think it's a good time to go and top up the coffee mug. What do you guys think? Yeah, I've done plenty of volunteering in my time. Did 3 years volunteering. In fact, I'd probably count my time as a Air Cadet flying instructor as well as 3 years of volunteering as well. So it's about 6 years of volunteering overall. Pretty much Dursey too, yeah. And most of them don't look back either. They wish they'd done it sooner, put it that way. Because at the point you get so delusional or disillusioned with it, that's when most people look, because they don't want to leave because of the, it's vocational in nature, that sort of stuff. But when they become so disillusioned, they almost feel like they've lost purpose, which is sad. You kind of see the light fade away from the passion that they had to do what's right. But yeah, most of them end up going off to join the railway and wishing that they had done it sooner. Right, coffee time. Back in a mo. back. Yeah, I needed this third coffee. Typically I'll have sort of one in the morning, and then a couple of hours later I'll have another one, but I've had such a hectic morning to prep for today that I thought I'd dive back in. Shinnock, good day to you, matey. Earlier than usual. For you guys, the far end of the world. Hope you're well. Been a while. Yeah, I mean, going back to that point with just pre-coffee, I think that's why I've kind of toyed about joining the railway myself, becoming a driver, but too much of a pay cut for me to kind of justify, really. A bit of risk. It's still in my head though, still in my mind, is it something to consider. The thing is, it gets to a point for some people where they leave it too long to leave, and they hate it in the services. They hate it and end up leaving. But some people become too damaged in sort of that line of work. Jack will know. Some people become quite damaged as people, unfortunately. We had one of our guys at work had a little bit of a how do you word it? Bit of a breakdown. That's probably the best way to put it. The other week at work, everything just got a bit too much, and actually bottled it in for far too long, and it all came out suddenly. And it happens quite often, unfortunately. So we're going on a ride out over the next few weeks. Was it about 2 weeks' time? A load of us are all bikers. He's a biker as well. We're going to jump on our bikes. I think maybe the 3rd of May, and we're going to go ride around and decompress and have a laugh together, that sort of stuff, just to try and give ourselves like a nice little few hours, a nice day. And it's quite important to kind of split that away, because otherwise you only ever get used to sort of like the darkness of humanity, and it does definitely scar you and change you as a person. Percy says, knowing what I know now for driving, I'd only recommend it to someone if they really, really want to do it. It's a huge commitment during training, and there is plenty of chance of failure. I don't really talk about it, Jack. Not specifically. I mean, I'm very carefully dancing around the edge of it, though, in conversation. But I mean, that's where, like, hobbies like this are so key as well, right? Being able to like almost immerse yourself in this flight sim world that can be as real as it gets, but it's still, it takes you away from the reality of some of the stuff you have to go and deal with in normality. Shady, good morning to you. Welcome. Hope you're well. Oh, Dusty, crikey! What had they left? What had they quit to try and become train drivers? I think people don't realise how much work is involved. I've had conversations at work where people have thought, oh, I'm just gonna, if I don't get this, I'm just gonna go be a train driver. And I've kind of interjected and gone, that's great, but you can't just go and be a train driver. I've said to them, there's actually, from what I can understand, though I might be wrong, but it feels like, from the outside looking in, that train drivers are more highly regulated than pilots. So, like, you can't just go and be a train driver with a kind of like a loose comment. You've got to spend like a year training your butt off and learning a whole load of regulations, rules, a whole new way of doing stuff that's very specific, rather than just, hello, I've come to drive your train today. They don't realise how much knowledge and training goes on before you get to that point. I think people whinge about the pay for train drivers because A, it's an easy thing for people to complain about, and B, because people are paying such extortionate fees for the train travel these days in the UK, but the trains are not run very well. So I think that as a combination, they've got to blame. People want to blame someone naturally, right? So they will literally go, "Well, that train driver's driving my train and he's late." And they will just kind of associate that with the driver being late rather than actually the system being an absolute mess. Crikey. Drive 12-car peak time trains into London, they can easily have over 1,000 people on board. My goodness. That's it. You know, someone said to me years ago, right? The people that follow the orders and that do the what was this? The doers don't earn the money. It's something like this. The doers don't earn the money. It's the decision makers that are paid for what they know and what they decide. And it's the same for train drivers. You're paid for what you know and what you might have to do, and the responsibility that comes with that. And that's where the disconnect is. Same with pilots. Pilots earn so much money because they are flying around in the sky in metal tubes, responsible for the lives of 300 odd people. All the rules and regulations and the requirements and everything else that go behind it. And they are paid for what they know and the decisions that they make on a day-to-day basis. And yeah, same with train drivers. That you're not a doer anymore. You're a decision maker. $1,000 people on a train though. That's crazy dusty. Bearing in mind you've only been actually driving on your own for what, 2 months? That's good going. That's good going, my goodness. How are you settling in now? Are you confident with it? I mean, I'm in a very similar world to you, Jack. When we deal with stuff, I've got to deal with all of the things at what I'm dealing with, the people in it, but then everything wider from that. So what impact is it going to have to traffic, roads, flights, all of this other stuff. Zato, welcome mate. Hope you're well. If anyone is wanting to join, by the way, we are not too far from Adelaide now. There's Adelaide. So it's a good starting point for anyone wanting to dive into the sim now, quick time to fly along. Although seemingly air traffic control is slowly going offline the further we go. Load of weather below us there that we're cruising over. Good little train though. Got Jay Savage ahead. Myself now, followed by Dursey 2. Ian. Jack. Michael. And Ben as well. Velocity lead in the end of the pack there. Oh, I don't want to delete that. Where's that screenshot? I want to put that back. That was a lovely screenshot of the rotate and gear up. 18th of the 4th. There's that bad boy. Get up there. I wanted to view it, not delete the ruddy thing. Look at that. Keynote Flyer, welcome. Any inside information on the Bluebird 757? I flew it in real life before retirement. Would love to see it Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's coming soon, matey. Just not sure when. They again don't really want to commit to solid time frames in case it becomes a problem. Yeah, that's the caveat with these older aircraft, Jack. There's no model matching whatsoever for the TriStar. It's Elevatex, Jack. Elevatex.app. It's basically like Volanta, but I think it's a lot better. It's a lot less resource intensive behind the scenes in the computer as well, so performance-wise, you can gobble a couple of extra frames for the sim. And yeah, performance is everything. You want it to be nice and smooth in the sim itself, don't you? Dirty says my brother calls me the Grim Cheaper. I was honestly surprised how many birds I killed yesterday. It was a dark day. 5 pigeons. Well, pigeons are vermin. I don't really like those. They mate at exponential rates. 2 pheasants and an owl. Crikey. Poor little owl. I do like a pheasant. It's very tasty now and again with like a mushroom, creamy mushroom sauce. Jack, that link to Elevatex is there for you. In the live chat, if you wanted to check it out. It is free. And you can export all of your Volanta flights, and you can import that into Elevatex, so you keep all your hours and your logs and things, which is quite nice. Makes the transition a lot easier as well. Worth checking out. Jack says, I recommend trying emu, better than steak. Interesting. I've had ostrich before. I've had zebra steak. That was interesting. I've had kangaroo. And I haven't had emu. Zebra. Ostrich. I think I've had crocodile as well. Is it crocodile? It's something weird. There was a company in the UK where you could basically buy, it was called Muscle Food, and when early days of Muscle Food, you could buy, they had like an exotic meats section where they would import meat from all over the world, frozen, so that you could try different stuff. And it was really nice, it was really different, and you know, good on price because it was so, like, it wasn't on trend, but it quickly became on trend, and then they couldn't cope with the demand, and they just stopped doing it. But I remember trying a few of those bits. It was quite, it was, some of them was quite nice. I can't remember precisely what it was that I tried, but ostrich was like really nice. Yeah, brings a new meaning to going on safari, Ian. Yeah. badger. Ooh, snake. What did that taste like? I'd imagine not very nice. Quite rubbery. I mean, if you can ever get venison steak, that's really nice. Just light season, a little bit of olive oil sprayed on it, and a bit of salt, pepper, bosh. Really full of flavour, if you like game. What they need to do is do like a proper cabin lighting upgrade for this soon. Would be quite nice. Still waiting for that 737-800 full art update though. Once we get that, by the way, Tapsy said he's going to paint the 777. No, sorry, the 737-800 and 900 liveries, and was it the second? Let me find it. Just make sure I got it recorded, if I actually noted correctly. The 737-800, 737-900, the 777-200ER, and the 777 Freighter, and in future the 747-400 if you'll be able to when it releases. So we will need to find someone who can paint the 737-600. But beyond that, I mean, no one really, not many people bother with the 700 anymore. I know we do, don't we, Aaron? And yeah, absolutely, we need an A340-600 livery. So Hughes, the Hughes team, are prepped, ready to go for the A340-600, but we're still waiting for the official paint kit. That's the thing that's clipping our wings really with that at the moment. They don't want to paint it, then have to completely repaint it again. The new ATR will be this week. I didn't know they were updating it again. Zato, I think it's because Aerosoft have probably made an absolute car crash of the... oh, you know what? I just realised. It never step climbed. Maybe I didn't have auto step climb on. And it was literally as I was going on to make coffee, so I didn't think to check when I got back. Yeah, maybe for the ATR we'll do some New Zealand hops again, maybe. I do really hope, though, it doesn't break the liveries, because Demo Designs is long gone, and he'd made most of those. The special New Zealand edition one, for example, Still one of my favourite Anzac livery that we did, the Australia-New Zealand Anzac inspired livery for the ATR. That's still one of my favourite tail designs. I hope it doesn't break. But yeah, we'll have to dive back into that soon as well. That was good fun. There's so much change, that's the thing. I can't keep up with it. Jay, good morning. I saw you flying your Cessna 208 out of Johannesburg yesterday, chasing me towards Durban. I might have been recording a video. Tomorrow, folks, and that video is going to go live. I was a little bit 50-50. Those of you in the club lounge yesterday will know what I'm talking about. It's a bit 50-50 whether or not I record it and release it or not. But I figured I may as well. But basically, there's this new product called Sim Instructor AI, and I got given early access to the beta. So the early access to the alpha version of it. To try it out, basically. But I took all the information from their website, gave it a go, compared the two, and I found I just had a whole load of problems. Did they give me any further feedback? Not really. When I replied with that reply that I put into the lounge showing you what I'd wrote, I didn't get a response at all. So at that point I probably assumed that they've seen my reply and thought, ah crap, we've sent it to the wrong guy. You can't buy my opinions, that's the thing. Not that they tried, but some people will receive stuff for free. I've seen it even with people that I thought had some integrity recently. Now all of a sudden have a load of like freebies or cash jingled their way, and they've changed their tune and they're super positive about stuff that really they would have otherwise not been positive with. But I gave them all the feedback I could. What I put in Club Lounge was exactly what I wrote and sent to them. For those of you who don't know, basically the last paragraph, this is tomorrow's video, but the very final paragraph of this big email I sent back to them was, so I'm now left very confused as to what this is supposed to do, from what became an immensely distracted flight, and if I'm honest, it just felt like I was prompting ChatGPT myself and getting very incorrect data back. Kind regards. Which in hindsight now sounds really brutal. Maybe I could have worded it better, but hey ho. Yeah, I'm bluntly honest with my thoughts. I don't fluff around the edges and try and tickle them a little bit first. Yeah, they want my opinion, I'll give it to them precisely, quite a direct way, because they know then exactly where the good stuff is and exactly where the problems are. So some of the things that I had come a cropper yesterday, they've already noticed and identified, and they're looking at working on. And some of it is become like a longer term pipe dream where they're going to try and fix it over the next few months or the next couple of years or whatever else. So yeah. Oh, Jay, that's not good. Is that the black square caravan? It would be worth feeding that into the New Sky server though as a bug with the aeroplane profile, because it may be something that they can tweak their end, but actually the back end of it might identify that there's problems with the flight models, because there's a similar issue with the Horizon Sim 787 where with the performance calculator, when you rotate at the correct speed and you start to climb out, it's triggering stall events. And interestingly, if you add about 15 or 20 knots, that stall event goes away. So it sounds like there might be something wrong with the flight model, because that's the case with the 787. Something's not quite right. or at least maybe the angle of attack sim bar isn't recording correctly, something along those lines. Because New Sky just sees whatever the simulator sees, but it therefore becomes quite an easy way of triaging what might be not working as expected. But yeah, tomorrow's video is a 1 hour long review nearly of Sim Instructor AI. There is a giveaway though, so if you do watch it, throughout the video, at some point in the video, I tell you how to enter the giveaway. And you can be in with a chance to win one of 4 licenses, lifetime licenses as well, so you can give it a go and get access to it if you win, which would be quite cool. Zato Epic. Oh, you got ground online as well. There he is. Adelaide to Sydney. What are you saying? Great timing as well, actually. You might be just ahead of the pack. I mean, with the A340-600 livery, I would like one sooner rather than later. I kind of want to dive back into that, actually. I love that aeroplane, it's brilliant. I nearly flew it today, but it's because we've not been in the 777 for so long, I had that little itch that I needed to scratch today to get a little bit of triple magic going on. But yeah, the A340-600 is just phenomenal. I love it. But we need an Osprey Airways livery. We do. And yeah, South African livery for something, maybe like a little A320 or an Embraer E195. That'd be quite cool, wouldn't it? Just looking at our fuel burn, and we're 1,000 kilograms above our estimate at the moment. That's pretty good. This huge tailwind's definitely helping. 75 knots, pushing our backside towards Sydney. If you look at our EPA rating on the engines as well, it's quite low. So it's super efficient. Ben, welcome. Velocity 7800 by the looks of it, right? Thanks for flying along. what's wild, right, distance-wise, is the fact that if this was, say, a flight out of Gatwick, and we flew east, we'd be over the other side of the Alps by now. So we'd probably be in Austrian airspace, passing over Innsbruck, or over Italy by now, in fact. Pretty cool. Morning, Sam. If you wanted to fly along, matey, Adelaide is not too far from us, so you could load up at Adelaide for anyone wanting to fly along and join Zato, join the pack. Perth to... Yeah, actually, you're not wrong. Flight time. It is basically Perth to Sydney is basically Heathrow to Athens, which is madness, isn't it? Puts it into perspective quite a bit. Well, yeah, we've got quite a bit of centre actually. It's interesting because on VATSIM radar that isn't displayed on elevate text, but on VATSIM radar it shows probably around a Vupu in 300 odd nautical miles will be on a bit of Melbourne Centre. Runway 16 left and right for arrivals and departures. Independent parallel approaches in progress. And it's expect independent visual approach. For the ATIS at Sydney. Jack, awesome. Oh, that's new. Istanbul Sabiha Gökçen Airport for MSFS 2024. Who's made that? On Contrail. Scenery TR Design. Oh, they're the ones that made the freeware as well. Maybe I have to get my hands on that. I never bother with Istanbul because it's the scenery's always been a bit iffy, hasn't it, for like Turkey. Beyond Dalaman, there's not really been much else on offer. But it'd be nice to have a proper Istanbul. Might have to add some schedules into the Osprey system for that as well, for the virtual airline. What's your estimated time of arrival, Dursey 2? Because we are... where are we? 12:08 Z, so 10 past 1 UK time. We should be landing, apparently. Yes, we do need a good shoulder goal, but it's so big. Oh, the one that's in the sim at the moment is it's a proper stutterfest, isn't it? Oh, pilot experience sim. They don't really optimise things very well, if I'm honest. That does worry me if it is them. Every single time you load it, Sam. Shouldn't be every single time. Well, to be fair, actually, I still run the beta version of New Sky for some reason, but it's not necessary. But I haven't had a proper update for New Sky for a little while. I know there's definitely tweaks in the back end going on. Advanced optimization. That's proper marketing word salad. That. I'll believe it when we see it. I've tried some of the pilot experience sim scenery before. They're a little bit average, to be fair. So it'd be nice to see if they do make something that's truly remarkable. But it's really important that scenery is optimized, because otherwise it's just going to be hard to kind of get it running on most sim setups. It was for a while, Ian, but I think for about 3 or 4 months now, the stable version now works in MSFS 2024 natively as well. 30 flight streak with the TriStars, Arto. Good grief, that's good going. I mean, there is an update, version 1.0.3 for the TriStar that I've got access to. That I couldn't use it today. They've got tons of system fixes. AP fuel feed starts and runs normally with the engine 2 tank valve closed. Fixed tank gauge needles and drums. KVAR and KW indication shows 0 for all generators fixed. Gen values in cruise fixed. Unlock reverse indications fixed. INS battery light illuminated. That's fixed. AP autopilot disengage, auto thrust toga, auto thrust disengage joystick bindings have been fixed. Tons of other stuff as well. Cockpit voice recorder test, smoke detection panel and logic. Overhead panel lights linked to floodlight breaker. Pitch trim oscillations, ADF needle pointer. Heading bug. Fuel temp cools down too quickly. INS nav having difficulty dealing with west to east longitude transition if waypoints are all zeros. Fixed. EDP lights should light up low pressure lights. INS MSU off shows battery light on. Fixed. Cabin pressure changes randomly with no change in cabin altitudes been fixed. Altitude sync fixed. Circuit breakers that are non-functioning have been fixed. PMS gives too high climb EPA fixed. INS CDU incorrect display for track GS and heading DA fixed. They fixed the engine 1 and engine 3 start issue where they wouldn't start unless all part packs are off. That's fixed as well. Altitude and ground speed conflicts fixed. Some of these I didn't know were a problem. Cannot shut down engine 2 with APU running. I've never had that problem. Condark anti-skid on and off. INS fully aligned on runway spawn. PMS map control during climb inaccurate, slow to react. Wing throttle quadrant causing loss of idle calibration during the flight. Fixed. Fixed order thrust is too aggressive. They've made some little art tweaks. Fuel temperature needle is now animated properly. Pedestal map minus sign missing from zoom buttons. And in the PFB, cabin door open close buttons text is above, displaced to the left, and autocomplete parking checklist is fixed. They've done some sound fixes as well, so fixed cockpit voice recorder sounds. They've fixed an inconsistent cabin is ready sound. They've fixed the altitude C chord playing 500 feet before reaching the target, not the 400 it currently triggers at. Takeoff config warning is audible in the cabin. They've fixed that, and they've added sounds to the rad alt. It's quite a big update coming forwards there with that. So should be quite good to look forward to. Look at that, that's pretty epic. Nothing about Cat 3 auto lands. Would it have had Cat 3B though? It's a 1970s aeroplane, don't forget. I wonder if it only ever had like Cat 3A. They reckon it can auto land. It depends on precisely how it's meant to be coded. I'm not really sure what sort of auto land feature an aircraft of that age with an INS would have had back then. Because it would have been early ILS systems, that wouldn't it? Jack says it was the first to be certified. Wow, okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, it should be in there then. Anything about INS freezing? No. Sam now, MSFS now having server issues. Oof. Let's hope we don't have any disconnect problems then. Let's keep that in line. Right, let's pop onto the charts. Tell me if you want this in night mode, given that we're flying in night, folks. Live time. So, Rivet 4. This is what we're expecting into Sydney. Quick check of the old chart, Roonies. It's the first time flying on into 16 left or right as well, actually. But I don't know if we're going to get 16 left or 16 right, so we're going to have to configure for one, but prepare for the other as well. So it might be worth us pinning the charts for both. Block that in there. So, Rivet 4. Should be interesting actually. So we're going to fly in at 049 degrees, descending down at or above 8,000 at Bigham but below 9,000 at Tammy, and then from there, because we're expecting runway 16, which is these ones here, we're effectively going to go boogie at or above 6,000 feet, and then we're going to continue on that heading to overfly the airfield at waypoint Tessats, which is there. 16. Dusty says thinks that he puts on 16 right. Yeah, 16 left actually. To be fair, crikey, that's all the way over there. Not that. Yeah, they're not going to do that. We'll be on 16 right. We'll prep for that. Let me just quickly rejig all of this. 11 knot crosswind. Christ. Going to be spicy. Anthony, welcome. Prep for that, but what we'll do is we'll kind of pin the 16 left just in case. Got all frequent flyer 46 months, Anthony. Appreciate all the support there, mate. I'm very well. I've had a good Easter. Thank you for asking. Hope yours was good. Right, Rivet 4 then. So from Tessat, it's a bit of a 50-50, right? Because if we've got controllers online, we might get vectors up this way, depending on what's happening and how they want to sequence people. But if they follow the procedure, we're going to go through Tessat, we're going to go out over the coast, and then we're going to basically enter a left downwind for runways 16 left and right. And it'll be vectors to final approach. So then working around on that thesis, we're going to be kind of heading up here like that to intercept our final approach on the ILS, roughly. This is kind of what we can expect. Interestingly there, caution, glide path false indications due to aircraft near taxiway Alpha 1. Closely spaced parallel runways, simultaneous approach authorised with 16 left. See 11.0 for PRM user instructions for additional requirements. PRM operations, dual VHF communications required. So, typical ILS, it says a visual approach, but we can prep for the ILS anyway to head on down. We can hand fly if we want to. The visual approach kind of gives us that discretion. Doesn't stop you doing an ILS approach though if you want to do that, that's fine. But we're going to intercept the glide path at about 3,000 feet at 9.4 miles. Nice standard 3-degree glide path or glide slope down towards the runway. And minimum's 210 feet above the, or 203 feet above the ground level, with 210 feet on our barometric altitude with the local pressure setting. And that ILS frequency 109.5 for the NAVRAAS page. That inbound course of 155 degrees. Missed approach. Track 155, mandatory 600 feet, right turn, track 170, climb to 3,000, so that's that little bit there. So initially a tiny little bit, runway heading, and then very quickly we're going to turn 170 degrees, because the aircraft on 16 left will go that way for a missed approach, for deconfliction. During PRM operations, expect to intercept the localizer at least 6 nautical miles before Erdan at 3,000 feet. Interesting. So that's going to be about here somewhere then for the intercept. And again, that's a little bit of extra information that we can help plan with. And then it mentions referencing 11.0 for the PRM chart, so independent parallel approaches. Precision runway monitor operations are conducted at Sydney to facilitate independent parallel approaches to closely spaced parallel runways. The following instructions apply during independent parallel approaches when pilots are advised by ATIS that PRM ops are in progress. Before participating in PRM ops, pilots must have satisfied training requirements as directed by the Civil Aviation Services of Australia, CASA, will be approved for PRM ops by the National Aviation Authority for the state of registration of the aircraft. Low side approach start altitudes. Expect to reach the procedure initial approach altitude below the normal descent profile for runway 16 right. Expect to reach 3,000 feet, at least 6 nautical miles before Erdan. It is recommended that approaches are flown with the aircraft autopilot engaged. PRM operations assume all participating aircraft conduct a GLS or ILS approach to their respective runway. Circling approaches are not available during PRM operations. Bit about warnings of deviation from your approach. Breakouts. Hand fly breakout. When issued with breakout instruction, time is critical. Breakout procedures must be hand flown in exceptional circumstances. A descending breakout may be given, but the assigned altitude will not be below the applicable minimum vector's altitude. Read back the instruction as soon as practicable. It's basically an entire page of don't cock it up. That's basically what that means. No pressure. So let's go departures arrivals. ILS 16 right. Rivet 4. No transitions. Execute. So what have we got? Let's have a quick check. We should have Rivet Big and Tammy Boogie. TESAT 5,270 feet, and then vectors with a discontinuity. I'm going to change Erdan to be at 3,000 because we've already seen on the PRM briefing that we're going to be 3,000 before Erdan, about 6 nautical miles before Erdan. And then fixed rings, we can do runway 16 right. Let's do some extended centre lines. What do we got? Let's go track out 335. The back course, 8 miles. And then runway heading of 155 degrees for 16 right. We'll do 4 miles to give us those extended centre lines. There it is. Ah, Sydney's on the map. Happy days. Mungo Centre 1326. Get that tuned, ready to go. And then yeah, that's 1095155 parked as well. Happy days. That's ready for the ILS. Looking good. I assume Ubabi is the entry point for Melbourne. Yeah, Ubabi. Looking on VATSIM radar. Does seem nice. We're going to get some parallel approaches. It's going to be quite cool. Jack says we're going to come right in over the Sydney Central Business District. That would be cool as well. It's a shame, it's super dark, isn't it? That's the thing. It's
Contact me on 132.2, expect start approach. Number 132.2,
Did I catch your ETA? 32. Scrolling up in the chat. Just see some little lights flashing away.
Right, runway 16, when ready to tell you 250.
Ah, fair enough. You know what we could do? Where's my little logo light? Yes! Get that tail nice and visible. Babby and 26. Right, before we speak to Control, I'm just going to go top up some water, so I've drank an entire pint already.
Mark 61, contact me on 132.0,
132.0, just about 561.
Jack, nice. How long do kind of like Sydney and stuff ATC usually stay online for in Australia? It is, it's basically midday now. I've just finished off a sausage roll as well.
Then a good evening, just
to keep me going.
Star 561, Star Current, 71 Alpha arrival, runway 16, when ready, be sent by the Star Flight.
There's a whole cluster of us in this little group.
With the Boo and Alpha arrival for runway 16, when ready, descent flight level 250, jet Star 561.
Yeah, interesting, on Elevatex, it doesn't show any air traffic control on here, but on VATSIM radar, it's a totally different story. It shows that we are in radar airspace bit. Have they actually, Jack? That's amazing. That's rather kind. Hold on, I'm not getting 1326 as a frequency, so why is it on VATSIM radar? It's not appearing on it's not appearing on vPilot. 125, 132. But it's the extension of 1322. Which is Melbourne anyway. Melbourne Centre, good evening. Osprey 165 heavies, level 410 Mach 8 to Ibabi.
Osprey 165 Centre, good evening. Squawk 4551.
Evening, Squawk 4551, Osprey 165. Set. There's so much like temptation to
Osprey 165 identified, cleared to Sydney via FFP flight command reach, maintain flight level 3, correction flight level 410.
we'll go we'll maintain 410, thanks Osprey 165. Yeah, there's such vast temptation for changing the time back to like daylight hours. which I'm having to resist. It's quite nice flying it live weather, rather than live weather and all the rest of it. So.
Very good evening, Osprey. 272 heavy, flight level 41.
No, he didn't send us any contact me. When you cross the Abbey, then just give him a shout.
Osprey 24727, good evening, squawk 4331. 4331, Osprey 247.
Melbourne Centre, good day, Osprey 992 Bravo, coming past the Abbey, direct to the Zubu at final 350, Mac 182.
Osprey 992 Bravo, good evening, squawk 4257.
What's squawk 4257 for Osprey 992 Bravo.
Melbourne Centre, good evening, quarters 486, passing 16,000 feet, starting with weight Delta, weight inbound for Sydney.
486, good evening, climb level 37.
I need Concorde from Adelaide to catch you up by the time I get in. Well, it depends how prepped you are. You could. What about Brisbane? You could always go from. Oh no, Melbourne. No, mate, Melbourne. You'll be fine if you go Melbourne. You're going from Adelaide though. Melbourne would be perfect for you, mate, if you're still loading in somewhere and prepping a flight, because that is, if you loaded into Melbourne in the next sort of 10-15 minutes and then took off in the next 20 minutes, you're probably going to arrive in the pack, which is pretty good. Melbourne's a good idea if you're just loading in for somewhere to fly.
Osprey 550 heavy, squawk 4072. Contact me on 132.2, Takeoff.
Contact 132, 3.2, contact 461.
So this is probably what we're going to get as we fly along. How do I show this without it being on Elevatex? Maybe Navigraph actually, because that has we toggle on control. Let's turn that all on. Here we go. There we go. That's better. So we're in like this extension of Melbourne Centre at the moment. This is the best way to show it. Actually, it's pretty good. So that's all of this section here that we're. Bloody hell. That's this bit here now that I've highlighted. And as we get closer and closer and closer, we might get asked to change frequency. But looking at it here, the main frequencies here controlling is Wollongong 250 and Benalla on 32.2, and we're not going to be in any of those pieces of airspace. So we're probably going to stay on his extension of 1326 as we make our way down this Hotel 205 airway and the Juliet 21 airway before we're then handed off to Gundagai on 13315, which again is Melbourne Centre, but it's going to be again another bit like another extension of frequency.
Star 972, leaving my coverage to the west, no further ATC, monitor advisory.
Yes, and I'll send it down.
Osprey, we finally got to flying the 4
And we've got basically full ATC into Sydney now. It's amazing. Interesting that Zato's not appeared on the map. He's here somewhere in the middle of the screen as we look at it, but he's not on the VATSIM traffic map, interestingly enough.
Osprey 550, 4072.
4072,
Jay would love to jump on, getting ready for a big day with sun and fun. It's the second biggest air show flying behind Oshkosh in the US and less than a mile from my house. Amazing. I've seen some of the videos actually from Sun and Fun. It looks absolutely insane.
Clear to Sydney by flight plan route, maintain flight level 410 range. Spray 992 Bravo, clear to Sydney via VATSIM flight plan route, maintain flight level 350.
Clear to Sydney via Reserve 100, maintain flight level 350, Osprey 992 Bravo.
Osprey 550, identified clear to Sydney via VATSIM flight plan route, maintain flight level 430.
We'll maintain flight level 430, 550.
Poolies. Love that. We would like to invite you to join us at Compton Abbas Airfield on either Saturday 9th or the 10th for the annual Poolies Air Day, offering free landing fees and a free goodie bag for pilots who fly into the event, and there will be fun competitions throughout the day.
Oceanic 7331, correction, flight level 340.
Oceanic 7331, star current, 2-1 Alpha arrival, runway 16.
I'm not flying in, unfortunately, because I can't fly a plane legally.
With the board 1 Alpha arrival, up 16 ready by the star file with 50, Oceanic 7331.
Harry, nice, epic. Are you flying into Sydney as well, or are you flying a different route?
486 back.
Jack, good effort. Zoom, zoom. Can't see any Osprey on the ground at Melbourne. There's quite a lot of traffic actually around this bit of the airspace at the minute. Out of JFK, no worries. Yeah, Osprey Concorde 550. I keep meaning to try that again, but it's. I enjoyed flying the Concorde when we did it a few years ago, but more so because of the little sound effect with the sonic boom when you moved the camera behind the back of the jet and stuff like that. But beyond that, it's a bit meh. When you look at it compared to today's standards of flight sim add-ons, it's just very very kind of low level, isn't it, really? Polar Pilot, welcome buddy, thanks for joining us, a bronze frequent flyer, good to have you on board. Don't forget to link your Discord user account into your YouTube account into your Discord user settings. I always get that muddled up. That'll give you access to our members only club lounge in Discord. Appreciate your support, matey.
help on control. Lost my time.
The MPS is on frequency.
Level 410, max speed decimal 86.
It'll be interesting to hear your thoughts of tomorrow's video. It's a full flight review as well in an aircraft that they say is fully supported, so it'd be interesting to see what you think. Afternoon, Jordan, welcome. Anything after 11 is usually good, Dusty. Unless you're on holiday and then when the bar opens at 10 AM it's time for a gin and tonic. Jack, doesn't seem to have worked for me. Discord is linked. Have you got more than one YouTube account? Maybe just double check, make sure you've... Yeah, maybe unlink your Discord connection from YouTube. Yeah, unlink the YouTube connection inside Discord and then reconnect it, if that makes sense. It might take it, because usually it's done on the hour, so it might just take a little while. But what I'll do is, actually, before you do that, let me force resync it, see if I can force it through. And that may fix it, because there is a thing I remember you could do in the back end of the server to force it. Standby.
Osprey 598, identified, cleared to Sydney, fire to Blue flat, phone reach, maintain flight level 390.
Maintain please 92.
How'd you find it?
About what we hope that I can say. Only 67 and 35.
Onboarding, welcome screen, server page, server profile, tag.
Wow! Reaching flight level 200. Flight dock 251.
Is it integrations?
9000 by SR units 102316.
I thought I remembered they've changed the entire layout of the back end. I can't remember how to do it. There used to be a way that you could force it across. Integrations involve roles. So let me just, maybe it's. It's automatically managed by an integration. I know it is. Just give me that integration.
7800 center code evening 43601.
3601. Everything this is under people with you at
It should refresh every hour. So if it hasn't given you access now, it should give you access in an hour. But they've taken away the way there was like a little thing you could click, and it would force the force sync the integration for it. That's too nice. Jealous of that. How do I force sync this bloody thing? I can't stand the Discord settings stuff. I find it so confusing.
Osprey 2472, Fort Sequencing, turn left heading 033. Sorry, was that for Osprey 2472? Osprey 2472 AFM. For signal sync to left heading 030 approach. 070 degrees Osprey.
It's got to be an integration somewhere. Sync connection revoked. British NavGeek must reconnect to YouTube in their user settings. How the hell do you do that? Oh, I've got to do it in my own user settings. How strange. Must be a security feature on the back end of YouTube actually that's stopped that playing ball. Right, that's good, that's integrated again. I'd love it if it gave you like notifications to tell you this. Right, so now I should be able to go into YouTube and there we go, force sync it. God, it last synced in February. That's how long it's been disconnected for. Whoops. There we go. You should have access now. At no point did it ever pop up and say, you need to refresh your Discord connection.
Osprey 550, you would get Mach 0.85 and you get known to the engine of brake.
Ian's on vectors already. 300 miles away. Actually, it'd have been a perfect opportunity to ask for a 5-mile offset track. That'd have been epic. Wing Control, as of 23 hours ago, about to launch a competition in partnership with Navigraph, a landing challenge where you have to either, they haven't picked a destination yet by the looks of it. They've lined up some great prizes including hardware and software. That'd be one to look out for. Wesley, welcome. How you doing? Have you got direct to Sydney? On the old descent page, it's going to be, was it VNav, forecast, load. Yeah, flight level 110 is good, that's the transition. And currently we've got QNH 1020, no cloud detected, winds 260 at 9.
One 32.0, 2666, connect.
Melbourne G'day, corner 770, 10,
Ah, Sam. That's why you need a cheap set of wired headset like myself. 14 quid, cheap little HyperX thing, or 20 quid wired, so I don't have that worry of batteries going
Equipment
out
on the
of
side,
power.
PMDG 777-200ER.
Osprey 2472. Resume my navigation, track direct to Borley, then flight plan route. Direct Borley, then flight plan route, Osprey 247.
Night Shadow, good morning to you from America. Welcome. I've got to figure out a way to enhance the visibility of my affiliate page thing on Amazon, really. Or like come up with a list of like recommended kit for like VATSIM, like little, you know, cheap headsets that are worthy of use without breaking the bank and all that sort of stuff.
Jetstone 561, descend by the star, 9000, QNH 1023.
Jack, nice.
by the star 9000, QNH
That'd be good.
102.
What's mad is I think it's 1.6 left, isn't it? It basically overflies the terminal, which is wild. And in the UK, that would never be allowed. Look at that, straight over the top. Excuse the wonky line. That's the approach path for 1.6 left. Sam, no, I missed the slottery process for across the pond. Totally forgot about it, to be honest, about it coming in a week or so. So never entered the slottery. And I looked the other day and all of the slots are already filled up and gone anyway, so basically there's no slots left across the pond regardless.
Osprey 992, Bravo, 4 sequencing, turn right heading 140 degrees.
Right turn 140 for Osprey 992 Bravo.
So nice to be back in the 777. Such a great add-on. So today, Night Shadow, we've got the Wind Control Orion 32 airline rudder pedals. I've got the Wind Control Ursa 32 metal throttles, and alongside that the parking brake flap speed brake bit of kit, which I forget the name of. It's not AGP, it's something else, isn't it? And that's all connected with the Mount 5 bracket, which fixes to my table, and then I've got the panel of Autopilot 3, PAP 3, plus the Boeing version of the EFIS on the left hand side, if that makes sense. Is it PAP 3 November? No, PAP 3 Mike for the Max. And I have got the 737 FMS, but that doesn't work still, which is pretty bad. Julian, no, unfortunately not. I mean, I'd love to go and see Oshkosh one day, but what time was your departure, Sam? And what time was your kind of estimated arrival time?
Osprey 550. This fuel planning, we could take one left at
Osprey 550, the next controller will give you some runway allocation.
It was the actuals, the calculated, the estimated takeoff time for the slot. Because it should be a departure and then an arrival estimate. on the slot booking.
Osprey 598, request the cockpit of 5.
Osprey 598, that's approved.
Approved.
Osprey 992 Bravo, resume my navigation.
Still got the chuffing charts on.
Resume my navigation direct to Borley and flight plan route Osprey 992 Bravo.
What he's done there is he's forced sequence, so Ian's now behind Jack. He's punched him out and back, and then he's punched Dirty to south to then go back in. It's a little less, but what it's going to do is create like maybe like 5 miles separation between each of the jets, and it will then space into this gap quite nicely. It's quite clever.
Flight up 251, start clearance, Boise 9 Alpha arrival, runway 16.
Oh yeah, fair enough. So departure at 11:55 Z. Oh, that's a late slot, Sam.
Boise 9 Alpha, rapid runway 16, and maintain safe.
Basically arriving at probably about 10 PM, 11 PM UK time, depending on how efficient they are getting traffic out of Orlando. Not for me.
No, 250 requesting 203 last aircraft going summit.
Morning, Caleb. Welcome. Hope you're well. Hope you're having a good weekend so far.
Osprey 598, back to cockpit.
Osprey 598.
Yeah, it's across the. This isn't across the pond, but next weekend, with the slots that we're talking about, Night Shadow, that's across the pond. Way too late.
Melbourne Center, the Panther number on the flight Q flight level 250.
Time for 7510 Center, good evening, time flightable 35.
Flight level 350, Panther 750.
Oceanic 7331, this is 10 by the star 9000, UNH 1023.
10 by the star 9000, 1023, Oceanic 7331.
Jetstar 561, contact approach 132.0.
Over to approach 132.0. Thanks for the ATC, Jetstar 561.
And Oceanic 7331 leaving flight level 324.
Oceanic 7331.
Ah, yeah, fair enough, Sam. Yeah, take the overtime, matey, while you've got it. That's always good to have. I mean, I was hoping to work some of the bank holidays this year, but what I do now means that I can't. I won't really ever get first dibs on the bank holiday overtime, but that's double time for me. It's a nice little buffer for at least a couple of months. That extra bit of cash. Always take that sort of stuff when you can, mate. How are you finding the new job? 80 miles to top of descent. So we're going to go to Performance Tool. Is that a current weight? I can't. 182.1. That's not correct.
Pump tank at 506, follow 240.
15067, good evening, climb follow 370.
On follow 370 and request out of cockpit 20 minutes.
15063.
Also, I want auto brake 1. Reverse. VRAAS plus 5. Mega. Actually, 1.6 left to be a really good test for vRAAS, wouldn't it? So if we do get that, I wouldn't mind. We'll make use of this anyway, so we will wait 1.6 right. VRAAS 133, so slow. That's flat 30 as well. So let's put in 178. Let's be 179.2 rounded approximates. Flat 30, 128. Add the 5, obviously 132. UNH 1020. Let's get the ATIS out loud, shall we? 1855. Scrolly, scrolly, scrolly.
Osprey 165, contact center 133-115, good night.
Contact center 13315. Thanks to the HC. Have a good night. Osprey 165. See ya.
Time check. Sydney Terminal information call. Expect independent visual approach. Do not pass through assigned runway center line. Runway.
Let's just get this sorted out first. Let's make sure we've got the right ATIS. What the? Right on the edge of his range, we can just about hear him. Very crackly, isn't it? Moment said a good evening, Osprey 165 Heavies, Mach decimal 83, flight level 410 inbound Cullen. Oh, hold on. One 331. Duh. Wrong ruddy frequency. That's better. What frequency was I on? I have no idea. Not any of the ones nearby. Moment said a good evening, Osprey 165, flight level 410, Mach decimal 83, inbound Cullen. Da, 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 da. Hello. Melbourne Centre, Osprey 165.
Aru, Osprey 550 heavy with you, flight level 3, sorry, 430.
Osprey 550 heavy, Melbourne Centre, g'day, cleared rivet 4, arrival, runway 16,
What?
right, when ready, descend, flight level 4.
We're getting top of descent.
Descend flight level 420, cleared rivet 4, arrival in C16.
Melbourne Centre, Osprey 165, ready to check. Am I coming out on the radio? Jack. It shows us transmitting. About now. Melbourne Centre, Osprey 165, ready to check.
Melbourne Centre, very good evening, Osprey 247 heavy.
The hell have I...
0, bound cover. 2472 heavy, Melbourne Centre, g'day, cleared rivet 4, arrival, runway 16, right. When ready, descend flight level 250. Cleared rivet 4, arrival for
Still
runway
nothing.
16, right. Descend when ready for flight level 250, Osprey 242 heavy.
Melbourne Centre, evening, Osprey 165, ready to check.
Went to report current bank number is decimal 850. 2472 reduced mark decimal 80.
Still nothing?
Decimal 80 Osprey 242.
Melbourne Centre, g'day, Osprey 992.
Oh, Christ.
To Coolin, flight number 350.
Now I'm not going to be able to get in.
Osprey 992 Bravo, set to g'day, cleared rivet 4, arrival, runway 16 right. When ready, descend flight level 5.
Rivet 4 arrival for runway 16 right. When ready, we'll descend flight level 140, Osprey 992 Bravo.
Osprey 992 Bravo, when ready, flight level 250, reduced mark decimal 77.
Flight level 250 when ready, and we'll reduce to mark decimal 77, Osprey 992 Bravo.
Melbourne, Osprey 165, ready to check. Oh, I'm going to lose my temper in a minute.
Roger, thank you.
Get everything in the system.
Close V-pilot start. Again. Is it because I've just fiddled with the radio stack on the 777? Surely not. The thing is, V-pilot shows transmitting and receiving.
344, just a read back of the star sign. Sounds a 344, you're clearly rivet.
I'm just going to crack.
Runway 16 right.
Rivet 4, arrival 16.
Right.
Request of vehicle.
Melbourne Centre, good evening, Osprey 165, ready to check.
We're on 65, Marie, now South Coast.
Hello, thank you, sorry, V-pilot issues. So we're inbound Cullen, level 410, Mach 83.
Very one, six. By cleared rivet 4, arrival, runway 16 right. When ready to set flight level 250.
Cleared, rivet 4, 16 right, when ready, descend, flight level 250. Thanks for your patience, Osprey 165. Got it. That's very strange, isn't it? Whatever happened there, it just seemed to like really bugger out. Interestingly enough, when I started fiddling with these buttons here, right, anyway, I've completely lost track of what I was doing. I was trying to get the ATIS up, wasn't I? I need to put minimums in the box. Direct rivet Osprey 165. Boom, let's go. Automatic. LNAV, VNAV modes are active. And we're now top of descent. Now let's go to 2. Set 217. 210 actually, isn't it? This, yeah, 210 for the ILS. And we're cleared to 250 for the initial descents, so that's all good. Ready to go. Order brake 1. I'm going to do another little warning recall just to see how we're getting on. Make sure our status page is all cleared. It is. And we are in the zone. So.
486, contact approach 128.3 today.
Contact approach 128.3, contact 486, good day, big safety.
That's our next frequency. Let's get that prepped.
Melbourne South, good evening, Osprey 59, back out feedback to
598, Melbourne Centre, good day, please visit for arrival, runway 16 to the right, flight level 3900.
There's the light bloom of Sydney ahead of us, all the way in the distance.
Grade 5 DPD when ready to send flight level 250.
Send flight level 250, 5 feet.
Runway 344 report, speed London.
Speed is 260.
344 reduce speed 250.
250,
Feels weird flying in at night because we never really do this that much. Yes, checklists. Thank you, Ian. That's what I'd forgotten. So yeah, check, that's done. Order brake 1. Landing VREF minimums are set. Approach brief we've already completed. Approach. Let's get through that. Okay, and then that is automated. So let's leave it up there though on the bottom. It's because I was using my actual checklist that I'd forgot it. So we've got destination weather obtained, arrival data set and checked, landing altitude is checked, radios are set, lock ILS frequency and course. 1095, 155 is automatically pre-tuned. Happy days. Order brake is set 1. Minimums are set. MCP, we've reset the altitude, descent initial down to 250. Yeah, we're there. Bring that range ring in a little bit more. 2,000 feet per minute roughly, so it's a bit of a steeper approach than normal. I got 16 right. I think they're sequencing this all into like a big queue.
Melbourne 1 die center, velocity 880 with you, climbing flight level 280.
880, you want to be on sensor 125.0.
I was already there and they told me to contact you. Velocity 0.
Yeah, he's definitely the right one.
Double 10, I get a what's the 7800?
7800, sensor, get a please with the score rather than running one. Try and slide on the tree, then it's
Rivet 4, 1 right, sensor 3,
Osprey 550, please direct rivet.
Going direct rivet on 3,
Osprey 165, defense, device star 10,000, QNH1020.
Descend via star 10,000, QNH 1020, Osprey 165. Let's go! Do they go into like a night ops mode at a certain time or anything in Sydney, meaning like single runway ops or anything like that? Perhaps like smaller ATRs and things will get 16 left like when it's night time. I don't know. I'm now heading to Canberra. What? Oh yeah, Christ, you actually are. That's some wild delay vectors. You're being sequenced behind this Lufthansa, aren't you? Busy, busy.
2472, send back to Shiva navigation, redirection rhythm.
Pretty cool though how they're sequencing everybody around and creating very precise gaps and things. So.
Sorry, 993 Bravo, short vector, sequence 10 left heading 010.
Left turn 010, cross street 990, Robert.
Right, 550, descend by star 10,000, QNH1020.
Pilot start down to 10,000, QNH1020, on 3, focus.
992 Bravo, navigation, send right, direct rivet.
Have a good
Navigation
vector.
right turn direct rivet, cross street 992, Robert.
So defend by star 10,000. Flight level 110. 10,000. Flight level 110 was the transition.
344, descend by star 10,000, QNH1020.
Try to work out who I'm going to be sequenced around. Looks like I'm ahead of the pack. Off-road 550, Lufthansa 344. Qantas 485's well ahead of us. Yeah, quite a good little gap here actually. Roger, Osprey 165. Zip. Let's go to 310, shall we? The aircraft now, instead of throttling up, will pitch down and increase the rate of descent in order to achieve an increase in speed when we're in this LNAV VNAV speed mode, as you can see. But what it will mean is we're going to be below the profile, right? So it'll be interesting to see how the VNAV recovers, because currently we're now 500 feet below the VNAV. Contact approach 1283. Thanks to the ATC, Osprey 165, good night. City approach, good evening, Osprey 165 Heavies. Descending through level 170 for 10,000 information. Hotels on board.
3165, approach good evening, standby started 7,000, runway 16 right, expect independent visual approach.
Good evening, descend via star 7000, QNH 1020 and expect independent visual approach, 16 right, 165. Very immersive, this, isn't it? So approach 28.3, 125 is next. Let's stay ahead of the aeroplane. Super important. Uh, 120.5 checked. So that's Sydney Tower. Let's go to vertical speed. I don't want to cross big M below 8. How many miles? 20. 15. Oh no, we're good. Let's go 180, 1850 minute. We're pretty good.
Approach Osprey 550 with you flight level 162 for 10,000.
Approach, g'day, standby star to 7,000.
Camera above 6. Tammy below 9. That's the big one, isn't it? Got to make sure. 20 miles to Tammy.
Fly the star down to 7,000. We'll expect the visual approach to 165.
Cool. Right, let's pause the music. It's time to focus. Seatbelt signs on.
Your report current indicated SB.
Current indicated is 315.
356, will you be able to reduce to
Let's level off. Let's bring that speed right down.
Down to 28.3.
486, turn right, heading 080.
Right, 6080, quarter 486.
It's given us cancel speed restrictions and things, so we could go above 250, below 10. Just keep the bit of descent going, because Tammy, the altitude constraint is more important at this point in time. I want to make sure we're below 9,000 as we cross that. So we might have to do a little bit of a blend of speed brake and all the rest of it. Landing lights, runway turn-off lights. Not long to go, team. It's quite hazy actually for this arrival. into Sydney. Night Shadow, no, mate. Well, I've done a review of Perth previously. Nothing for the start of this journey, though. So 1020, 1020, that's all good, that's all set. Where's my checklists? Landing lights are on, when turn off lights are on, taxi lights on, seatbelt signs are on. We've already cross-checked the nav course and frequency. Now I can see that there, 23 miles, IKS 155, so that matches what we're expecting in the charts, the ILS runway 16 right. Good.
Good evening, approach. This is specifically before descending 150
That's a 344 City approach. Good evening, December, time 7000, runway 16 right, expecting independent visual approach.
So ATC approach speeds, 185 to 160 knots, 10 nautical miles from touchdown, and 160 to 150, 5 nautical miles before touchdown. Bring up range ring in a bit more. Count secure. Let's go to 250 and hold it there actually. And
110, join final, cleared independent visual approach, runway 16 right, course 486.
Speed brakes armed. Yeah, good. Just trying to work out exactly what position that wants to be in on my hardware. There is Sydney. We're looking at runway 07 as we look at it straight on the nose. Towards us, runway 25.
250 knots away.
250 less or 35.
Everyone 65 from waypoint booking, turn left heading 330.
2 stations at once, sorry. What heading, Boogie for 165?
165 from Boogie, left heading 330.
From Boogie, left 330, 165, thanks. Left 330, set on the box. Boogie in 2 miles. Level at 7, ready for heading select. Get the feet ready on the rudder pedals.
3992 Bravo, approach today, descend by start of 7000, runway 16 right, expecting independent visual approach.
Descend by start to 7000 for runway 16 right, expect visual approach.
Heading select, 330 left turn.
Connect 486, connect, tower 120.5, connect.
Look at that.
160.5, connect, connect 486, expect you.
Alright, 79.
We did.
Osprey 165, do you have to accept the last minute runway change, 16 left?
Oh, naughty. A-firm.
Osprey 165, thanks for that, expect independent visual approach, runway 16 left.
We'll go expect independent visual 16 left, that's 165. Right. Naughty. Right, what we got? Let's quickly... Alright. Hurry, hurry. We're about to give people a show in that terminal.
Sydney approach, very good evening. Osprey 242 heavy, sending flight level 148 for head down.
Osprey 2472 heavy approach, good evening, descend by start of 7000, runway 16 right, expect independent visual approach.
Descend by the start to 7000, transfer 020, expect 16 right, visual approach, Osprey 242 heavy.
Osprey 550, turn left heading 320.
320, Osprey 560.
Minimum's 220 still.
3165, descend at 4000.
Descend 4000, Osprey 165. So, minimums, just double check. We're 220 for the minimums now. Let's go.
3992 Bravo, for current speed, indicated.
That's good.
250 knots, Osprey, 992 Bravo.
992
Just realised this is going to get spicy because it's a short runway. 2,000 something metres.
230 knots or less for Osprey.
2,438 metres. Hey Carlito, good morning. Quick check of the Navrad page.
That's a 34.
1109 ISS 155. Yeah, good. That's all set. Cross-checked. Okay, quick rebrief for the new runway team. Yes, definitely shorter runway. We're going to need a lot more braking. I'm going to set auto brake 2 just as a backup as we touch down before manual brakes, full reversers. Vectors at the moment down to 4,000 feet, QNH 1020. We're going to get vectors onto final approach. Missed approach is going to be track 155, mandatory 600 feet, turn left, track 125, climb 3,000 or as directed by ATC. We're going to need to pop some different fix rings in. Runway 16 left. Three, 5, 4.
3550, descend to 3000.
155.
Down to 3000 on 3550.
8. Get some new fix rings in the box. Sydney's looking pretty good. There's the central business district in the background. It's interesting because they fly you really far out and quite low for this.
3165, turn right, heading 070.
Right, 070, Osprey 165. And it's all about management of workload as well, because we've got a lot going on here, haven't we? But we are staying ahead of the aeroplane, that's the key. That's all good, happy with the overhead.
Calling standby, brake, that's 344, turn left, heading 330.
Left 3.
I'm going to start bringing the speed back now, because we're going to need to, so 210.
3598, approach good evening, descend by start 7000.
Speed brake is arms. Auto brake 2, seatbelts are on. Cabin secure. $4,000. Gonna have to get really aggressive with the speed and the deceleration here as well, folks, because we are just about flap extension speeds for flap 5. I'm going to go straight to flap 5 here, leveling off at 4,000. Starting to decelerate naturally. Engines are still idle.
3165, turn right, heading 110, set final. From that heading, correction on that heading, cleared independent visual approach, runway 16 left.
Speed check flaps 5. Right, 110, and we're cleared to intercept the independent visual for runway 16 left. We'll report final, 165.
3550, turn right, heading 090.
Right, heading 090.
Let's go to 200. In fact, it's going to be 180. There's the runway already. So yeah, short runway now, 16 left. Change of plan, so we have got a little bit of more work to do. Flaps.
Turn left, heading 330.
Turn 320, Osprey 992 Bravo.
5. Then we've got flap 15 next, which is going to be at gear down. Flaps 30 for the approach. Should be intercepting any second. It looks like we were going to have a parallel independent approach.
344, descend at 3000.
Descending 3,000, 344.
Here we go. Smash that like button, team. you're enjoying today's live stream. Headings synced to 155. Good.
The approach today, velocity 7800 with hotel.
Velocity 800, city approach going stand by start to 7000, runway 16 right, expect independent fuel approach.
By the start of 7000, 16 right, expect the
It's not going to be parallel, it's just simultaneous approaches.
3550, turn right heading 11, correction 120 intercept final. From that heading cleared independent visual approach, runway 16 right.
Turn right, the intercept cleared, 16 right approach for the visual. I can see him.
It's going to be him there.
3165, connect City Tower 120 at 5 connect.
Contact City Tower 1205. Thanks to the ATC. Have a good night. Osprey 165. Bye.
See ya.
On the glide, gear down, flap 15. Is it set 15 on the bug? Yes. Happy days. Okay, so after this, we want ground, which is going to be 1217. This is the most I've had to work for a while. I'm going to bring the speed down to 160 while we do this.
Contact departure now go. Contact departure is 123.0, confirm. 129 over. 129 over, firm. Thank you so much, Qantas 221.
Right now. Let's clean that box up. 130. Go full flap. City Tower, good evening. Osprey 165 heavies on final 9 miles. 16 left to land.
Osprey 165, City Tower, g'day. Runway 16 left to land.
G'day, Osprey 16 left, clear land. Osprey 165.
2500.
Sydney looking great at night. And we got a little bit of global shipping AI. Some ships and things mooching around in the bay, looking pretty cool. What's our VREF? 128. F133. Feels weird because it's the RON 16 white makes you look like kind of you're a bit offset and a bit funky, but you're not.
Osprey 550 Sydney Tower, g'day. Runway 16 right, this land.
We're going as slow as we can in the jet now, given that we're such a small. Frames are going absolutely backwards. That's a great screenshot, look at that. Okay, let's focus on the flights. Final approach, make sure that's set to 3000. Landing checklists are green. Bit low recam. Auto brake 2, speed brake arm, seatbelts on, gear down, green light, 30 green. Okay, my throttles. Clear the master caution. Fire control. Autopilot off. Oh, just give me instantly a little bit of sync there. $14 knot crosswind right to left.
1000.
There's the terminal down below. It's so weird. It's like really throwing your depth perception and stuff having the terminal below you. And this wind is quite
Approaching.
changeable.
16 left.
Check. That's vRAAS. I can see an Osprey on the ground, on the right hand side. What a view!
500.
A lot of a 12 knot crosswind, a lot of input here going on.
400.
Throttle changes.
Hello, FedEx 01, holding short at Bravo 10.
Approaching.
All of a sudden, a massive bit of boost of headwind.
Minimums.
Continue. This is a bit of a challenge, actually. It's spicy.
$100.
And it's a right old crab going on.
Straight out FedEx. Oh, sorry.
50. 30.
Okay, throttle's
20.
idle.
10.
Come on, keep it on the centre line. Reverse is green.
FedEx 01,
Jeez.
off runway 16 left.
Line out runway 16 left, FedEx
900 meter remaining.
Manual brakes. Through 50 knots. Hey Paul Newman, welcome. We'll vacate here.
Osprey 165, welcome to Sydney, taxi via Tango Lima, short of Bravo, then contact ground 121.7.
Thanks, Taxi Tango Lima, hold short Bravo, ground 1217. Thanks, ATC. Have a good night, Osprey 165.
Alright, route. FedEx 01, runway 16 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 16 left.
Hey, you start. Spoilers retracted. Yeah, it's flying Tampa, Sydney. That was quite a crab. There's another Osprey. Oh. Am I on the centre line? Yep. Is it going to be a go around? It is.
Osprey 550 going there.
Osprey 550.
Epic. The winds are really changeable, so just as you think you're getting stable, like you saw how much airspeed, it, like out of nowhere, then all of a sudden we got a 15 knot boost of tailwind. You know, oh my god, what the? Boosters to maximum, what was that? Yeah, interestingly, it's not on the Contrail store, which I find bizarre. Flight directors can come off. William Movies, thanks for subscribing, welcome to the channel. And we can get rid of the weather radar and traffic modes. All the way down Tango. Lima hold short Bravo. We turn the time back a little bit, folks. What do you reckon, or do you want it all at night time still? Let me know. Quick poll, if you like, in the chat.
Good day, fellas. This is a tons of people for with you for runway 16 left.
Station calling, call for Island.
Tons of people for.
Osprey 550, father published missed contact. City approach 128.3.
128.3, Osprey 550.
Oh, we're in the water. There we go.
Tons of people for with you for runway 16.
Oh yeah, this is live weather, live time, Raslam at the moment.
Honda 344, City target A on runway 16 west, clear to land.
Clear to land 16 left, please.
Bravo established 16 right at 14.5.
We'll do this. How about that?
Osprey 992 Bravo to detail, we go.
Look at that. Now we're talking. I'm just rolling an idle because the touchdown point is kind of like here, and there's the left-hand side. Fine, look at the lights.
FedEx 0107 contact on now.
Oh yeah, pretty good. Let's get rid of the minimums marker as well. Reset it all for the next set of pilots. Is there an IKEA straight ahead? Can't quite see it from where we are. We're going to get a runway crossing. I think we might. That would be cool. That Lufthansa A320? What on earth? Yeah, Jack, to be fair, I did as well. I got hit over the terminal with quite a gust.
Clear to land runway 16 right, Osprey 992 Bravo.
Zoom zoom. It's down. Okay, over to ground. What was he on? He's on... Oh, it said 1 knot tailwind actually now, the latest update for this. So no wonder we were getting such a boost of tailwind stuff. Let's go left here. Yeah, look at that. Looks great, doesn't it? Yeah, so SimBrief automatically allows for 20 minutes taxi out, 8 minutes taxi in. In reality, it's the reverse for today, but what I did anyway, because there's a few of us flying in, you never know what to expect, I added 45 minutes of additional fuel. Typically I add 30 minutes, but for this taxi I added an extra 15 minutes basically. So, contact ground 1217, which is why I'm still monitoring tower. City ground, good evening Osprey 165, heavies on Lima to hold short Bravo, request taxi to gates.
Osprey 165, Bay Domestic 120, taxi via Bravo, Kilo to left the bay.
Taxi domestic Bay 120 via Bravo, Kilo to the Bay, Osprey 165.
All stations, City ground ready, check.
Readability 5. So we have got a custom profile for this as well. What was it? Bay 120. Let me just get this taxi nailed first so we don't get lost, because I worry that we'll end up going over the runway, which is right there. If I get this wrong. Just trying to find on the charts where parking stands are for us. Domestics. Bay 120. Oof, he's giving us remote stance. Brutal. I have to ask for 122. Bernie, welcome. Oh, domestic 1 Bay 20. Well, that makes much more sense. It sounded like domestic 120, but I can't even see domestic.
Osprey 992 Bravo, in contact ground now 121.7, g'day.
Ground 121.7, Crossbreed 992 Bravo, cheers.
I can't see a Bay 20 on the charts.
Sydney Tower, Osprey 2472, establishing the approach for runway 16 right, short of Bravo.
Osprey
992 Bravo, sitting on g'day.
Sydney Tower, g'day,
do you have a Bay preference?
Right,
I've got Foxtrot 5 already assigned for me, I'm fine with that.
Osprey 992, Roger.
Just give way for him.
Give way to the 777 passing right to left on Bravo, then taxi via Bravo, cross runway 25, Golf to Bay Domestic 5, Foxtrot 5.
We'll give way to the 777 passing from right to left and taxi
Get out of his way then.
Cross runway 25 and Golf Foxtrot 5, Osprey 992 Bravo.
Hey! At ground, Osprey 165. I'll just get confirmation of our stand again, please.
Osprey 165, the Bay Domestic 120.
Thanks, that's the one just off Kilo remotes, is that correct?
Ava.
Gotcha, thank you. That's enable on GSX. Can I take Bay 122, please?
Yeah, you can take that.
Thank you, appreciate that, Osprey 165. Here comes another one. Love the containers in the background as well, looks great. Look at that for a backdrop. Got that as a screenshot. I was going to give way to you, Dusty. You had right away off the exit to the runway. This Kilo? Yeah. Look at that, we didn't even get lost. Hoorah!
Osprey 2472, into Sydney in contact.
No, I saw the flash, Dusty, too. I thought I did anyway.
70 Osprey 2472.
Osprey 598, runway 16 right.
120.
Clear to land, Osprey 598.
There's the ground crew. Okay, good. That's all set APUs on.
Sydney Tower, g'day, velocity 7800 is 160.
Great taxi lights.
7800, Sydney Tower, g'day.
Sydney Tower, very good evening, Osprey. Correction, Sydney Ground, Osprey 2472 on Bravo.
Osprey 2472, Sydney Ground, good day, taxi via Bravo, Kilo to Bay, domestic 120.
Bravo Kilo, and then domestic Bay 120 for Osprey.
I've got no marshaller. Oh yeah. This is meant to be a custom profile as well, what on earth? There's some really bad GSX profiles out there, isn't there? In fact, pretty sure I should be stopping any second now.
7800 through to minimum approach speed.
There we go. I'll marshal myself in. Don't you worry about it. Okay, good. They're off. Click, click. Beacon. Rusty boarding. MPS is in. There's Dirty 2 parking up. Let's have a quick check, see how we've done on New Sky, because that was a hairy approach. Bit turbulent with some wind shear on final. Mild wind shear. Off centre line takeoff. Great touchdown in challenging conditions, so I'll take that. Happy days.
Supposed to be holding a proper
Transcontinental across Australia.
Station calling, call sign only.
Last station, call sign only.
Where's the IKEA as well? Let's have a quick.
That's under 344, City Ground, good day.
Number 344.
Even preferred bay this evening.
There's the BP and the Maccas.
No, I'm at your discretion.
That's under 344, taxi via Bravo, cross runway 25, Golf to Bay domestic, Foxtrot 5.
Bravo, cross runway 25, in Golf, and then
Let's try and spot MPS's landing.
That's under
Look at that, the
344,
wind.
Britain,
Oops.
Bay domestic, Foxtrot 3.
He's fighting the wind. So it's a crosswind, but actually a little bit of a gusty tailwind as well at times. Top effort, mate. That's a great touchdown. Look at that. Yeah, I thought I couldn't see an IKEA.
Ground 344.
That's under 344, City Ground.
Sorry, I just got a voice over error. I just wanted to see if the radio still works.
That's under 344, your radio.
That's a shark.
Thank you, you as well.
I've never seen that before in the scenery. What on earth?
Domestic Bay, Foxtrot 4, no problem.
That there, by the way, might be, I think, a static, but is it Global Shipping AI? Yeah, that is. That's Global Shipping AI.
Sorry, 598, wasn't Sydney, contact ground.
Sequence simulations. Looks great because it's a really busy port there, so they've got actually ships in and out, which is quite nice. I can't see the
runway 16 right, please.
Swedish Centre of Furniture Excellence, that is IKEA. How's our deboarding going? Sorry team, got to be off by bus.
Osprey 593 going good day. Do you want to park with the rest of the group?
What a 506 Sydney Tower.
I am happy, so please, thank you.
Osprey 58, thanks. Taxi by Alpha, Juliet, hold short of runway 16 right.
Hey, Dusty, good effort.
Alpha, Juliet, Osprey 58.
So this is velocity 7800, which is Ben. Who else? Is that our last pilot in? I think it might be. No, we've got Jack actually on the go around, so he's number 3 on final.
Qantas 120 requesting push and
Bingo, look at that for a touchdown. Silky smooth.
Pushback approved, tail north.
Definitely a lot of stutters here at Sydney.
Tail north, Qantas 120.
City Tower, good day. Tasman 479 established, runway 16 right.
Tasman 479, Sydney Tower, good day.
Snoop, welcome. Big thank you to our air traffic controllers for today. For those of you flying along, I hope you've enjoyed it. Thanks for pressing the like button, folks. Those of you who've given us a thumbs up today. No worries, Ian. To be fair, there's a whole lot of stuff all across today.
Bay, domestic 121.
121.
3598 up
506, runway 1.
Skirt.
3598, you missed Juliet, and make the right onto runway 25 and hold short of runway 16 right.
IKEA is to the left of past the end of 16 right.
Can you repeat?
It wants you to turn
Make
down
the
the
right
runway.
onto runway 25, then hold short of runway 16 right.
Reduce minimum approach speed, Tasman 479.
Ground, g'day, what's the 7800? We're on Alpha for International.
I can't see it.
City 7800, sitting on good A, taxi via Alpha, cross runway 25, to Bay International 5.
Alpha cross 25, International
Oh well.
5.
Yeah, he wants you to turn right here, MPS. So like strobes on, runway turn off lights on, and turn right on that closed runway that's not in use, and then hold short before you cross the main runway that's landing. Because he's going to get you to come across here and then into this terminal. That's it, if that helps. That's what he's going to ask you to do.
That's 3598, just confirming, are you able to make that right onto runway 25?
I am available taxi on 25, I was lost. Sorry.
Sydney Tower, up
3598, no worries. If you can cross runway 25 and turn around to Golf, and then you can
Runway 550, Sydney Tower, good day.
Okay, pass through 25 and taxi on Golf, off my flight.
Sydney ground off rate 2.72 at the gate. Thanks very much for the ATC. We had a great time. Cheers.
On us. A330, 300 by the looks of it. Nice touchdown. Look at that, holding the flare. Turn right there, MPS. Where you are. Take that right.
Osprey Fahrenheit, or can we change to heavy gate on international, like example 37?
3598, no worries. You can make the next left, then right onto International 4 to any of those bays.
106, contact ground, now 121, decimal 7 good day.
From the backdrop, this scenery looks really good, doesn't it?
Tasman 439, runway
Lots of detail.
16.
Ian, thanks for flying along, mate.
Qantas 1
Jack's on bingo fuel.
A lost station, say again.
So he's number 2. That's Jack there. Oh! That one there. This one is TMN 479 A330 300.
Qantas 120.
Not sure what airline that is.
Qantas 120, taxi by Charlie.
Tasman?
Cross runway 25.
DHL?
Bravo 10. Correction, holding point Bravo 10, 116 left.
Could you repeat that? Qantas 120.
560.
Qantas 120, taxi via Charlie, cross runway 25 to holding point Bravo 10, runway 16 left.
Taxi via Charlie, cross runway 25, and then hold short at Bravo 10.
Just 125, as is concerned, is taxi to holding point Bravo 10, runway 16 left.
Taxi to Bravo 10, but holding point Bravo 10.
Qantas 506 Sinigram. 506 on Bravo. Qantas 506 Sinigram, g'day. Taxi via Bravo, cross runway 25. Charlie 1 to Bay, domestic 10.
Taxi Bravo, cross 25, Charlie 1 to Bay, domestic 10.
On 13 Whiskey, Sydney Tower, g'day.
Oscar tonight at gate 37. Thank you for service. Have a good night. Bye.
That's been 479er, was the Sydney contact ground now, 121 decimal.
121 decimal 7, Hoover, Cabin 479.
Osprey 550, runway 16 right, cleared lane.
Cleared lane 16 right, Osprey 550.
Sydney Ground, good day, Tasman 479 are currently on Alpha.
Tasman 479 is Sydney Ground, g'day. Taxi via Alpha, cross runway 25 to Bay, International 5.
Taxi Alpha, cross 25 to Bay, International 5, Tasman 479.
Sydney Ground, g'day. Qatari 4 uniform heavy, stands 61, ready, push to start.
Qatari 4 uniform, pushback approved.
Push through, Qatari 4 uniform heavy.
Osprey 550, welcome to Sydney, contact ground now, 121 decimal 7.
121 decimal 7, Osprey 5.
Behind the 1.